All right. Good morning. What up, Jared? Caroline, good morning. They should. Good morning, Feisty. Good morning, Pamades, I think. Pamades. Fan, I don't remember. Good morning, Cool Cat. Good morning, Zumba. Good morning, Dr. G's. How's everyone doing? Good morning, Lisa. Good morning, Jessica. Good morning, King Cujo. Good morning, Vin. Good morning, Cody. Good morning, The Inferno. You're tired? I know that's right. Good morning, I think it's Angelo. Good morning, Musicon. Good morning, Just Devin. Good morning, BB Brett. How are you? Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is having a beautiful morning. Like I said, we're going to go ahead and get into some debates here in just a moment. But what I need you guys to do is tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost a lot and push us out to the FYP. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. If we can knock those out a couple of times, that'll help boost the live as well. Do all the wonderful things, guys. Where is it? There we go. It's the pink heart puffs. I'm going to reset this one to the pink heart puff. So, guys, if you don't mind, let's go ahead and knock that one out. Let me get my backup up here. All right. With that being said, guys, you know how we get it going. You know how we start our morning. You know how we start these things. Let's go.
Yeah. Funny how it changed now. Same people that laughed at clips, studying the clips now. Everybody got opinions till the facts land. Everybody loud till they gotta take a stand. Every stream feel like somebody betting they pride. I seen fake scholars fold in real time. Now they screenshot takes, run around and remix it, and put up thinking somehow they can fix it. Nah, you stepped in the wrong room, donut. This ain't rage bait, this pressure. Patriarchy, race, class, labor, healthcare. I don't do surface level, I peel layers. And every time they think they got me cornered, numbers go higher. Chat, flyer, mods, working, crowd waiting. Somebody finna get cooked tonight. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Oh. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts, ain't got milk for these donuts, so pipe down. Yeah, you might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. I don't debate for applause, I debate for the record. Every false claim get dissected and severed. You rehearse outrage, I study the structure. Difference between noise and somebody with substance. You quote tweets, I quote policy. You want moments, I want honesty. You want ego boosts and virality. I want mutual aid and stronger communities. That's the difference between you and me. See the problem? Different type timing. You came for clips, I came for alignment. Capital this, socialism that. Half these dudes can't define what they yelling in caps. Talking about free market while wages collapse. I watch your pivot arrive, I make it visible live. But this ain't never gonna be a place where evidence dies. You came all the way to be Santana for internet rap, while the whole chat waiting to see who got checked. Next, welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah.
Thank you for the cake. Thank you for the mic.
Logic break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts, ain't got milk for these old donuts. So pipe down. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. Yeah. Yep. Welcome to Sparring with Santana.
Welcome.
Bring your sources, please. Or bring excuses, whatever. Doesn't really matter either way. You're about to get cooked. You should know who I am by now.
You should, but just in case you don't know who I am or what this is, I'll let you know, guys. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. So only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. Keep knocking out the daily gift goal. It's these little 1-cent gift goals that'll boost the live, push us out to the FYP. Share the live maybe once or twice. We don't want to spam share. but share it maybe once or twice. It'll really help. But reposting it helps even more. Last but not least, if you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. We need to have some honest conversations, and hopefully we can have some of those conversations. Hi, Jordan. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yes, I'm a Trump supporter.
Okay. Perfect. And Jordan, question before we go too far. Do you know who I
am? No.
Really? Okay, cool. Jordan, would you mind if I give you, not only you, but everyone that's listening, everyone that's watching, a proper introduction to who I am and what this is?
Sure.
Perfect. 1 second.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this? Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and Jordan, you said that you are a Trump supporter. So, Jordan, did you come up because you disagreed with one of the points specifically, or were you wanting to tell me how you can still support Trump today, May the 31st, last day of May, 2026? Which one?
I don't see any points though.
Oh, crap. Sorry. Thank you. Boop. There we go. I apologize. Thank you, Jordan.
Yeah, I got you, bro. Republicans Stupidity is home. White men coward, not victims. White woman bright. Wait, the right side is kind of blocking half of it.
Yeah, it looks like that because you're up here on the panel. You wouldn't worry, like the white men cowards, not victims. That's the only one that's pertinent to you on the right. So, you know.
Wait, why is that the only one pertinent to me?
Are you a white woman?
No, I'm not a white man either.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I thought you were a white man. What's your race?
Black.
You're black. Okay.
Yep, and Trump loves the blacks.
Black people, not blacks. But that's fine.
He said, "I love." The blacks.
I don't care what he said. I sent you a request to turn on your camera for a second. Go ahead and do that for me.
Oh, I can't right now.
Oh, okay. So we're not gonna let you dive into the quote unquote blacks. Then is this you in your profile?
Yeah.
You do music?
Sometimes I be making music. Did you make that song, bro?
No. I have a specific artist that makes like all of my intro songs. What'd you think?
I think you could do better, not gonna
lie. Sound like a hater.
Maybe I could write some verses and shit.
Spit a 16.
Spit a 16?
Yeah, hold on. Let's see.
What is this, a beat?
That's on your page. No, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I thought you said spit a 16.
No, I was trying to play. You wasn't spitting. This is on your page. I don't think that's you though.
Greatness at its finest.
Oh wait, that's Pooh Shiesty? Oh, that's not yours.
So icy. Nah, you don't know Pooh Shiesty?
I do know Pooh Shiesty. I just don't listen to his music. All right. Anyway, let's keep it going.
Oh my goodness, you thought that was me? That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you were saying that this was your song. It said it should be on Spotify.
Nah, that's Pooh Shiesty, bro. Free my boy Pooh Shiesty.
I hear you. All right, so I got a question for you.
Kind of fucked up, but
yeah, that's fine. I don't care about that. I got a question for you, Jordan.
What's up, bro?
How is it that you support Donald Trump today, May 31st, 2026?
Shit, he done a lot for the country.
Can you be specific?
He saw ass nigga. He freed Kodak Black.
Can you be specific as far as what he did for the country?
Yeah, he freed Kodak Black. Like, I live in Florida.
No, like, I hear you. Listen, Jordan. Like, I'm dead ass serious with this. I'm willing to talk to you, but I'm not going to talk to you about stupid shit. I don't care about him freeing Kodak Black. Like, you can play games if you want to. That has nothing to do with benefiting the country. So do you want to tell me what he's actually done to benefit the country, or you can just say you don't know and you're just a fan?
Red said, is Kodak still around? Yes, he's still around. He got caught up in some shit.
Hey, Jordan, would you like to tell me specifically what you believe he's done to benefit the country, or do you just want to say you don't know and you're just a fan?
Well, his 2016 run was fire. This round,
yeah, that's why I said May 31st, 2026. I'm not talking about why you would have supported him in the past, why you voted for him, or anything like that. Today, why do you support him today?
His beef with Iran, getting it out of the country because they bombed the Twin Towers like 24 years ago. So now he's clearing that shit up.
So Iran bombed the World Trade Center.
Yeah, it's like Iran, Afghanistan, one of those three. They kind of get mixed up.
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart meet. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. What's wrong with being a moderate Democrat? You might as well just call yourself a coward. If you disagree, Evelyn, come up. Let's talk about it. Hi, Wendy, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Hi, Wendy, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay, let me drop it down. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yes, sir.
Trump supporter, disagree, or combination?
I would say I'm a Trump supporter when you do all the math and calculus.
You do math and calculus to make the determination of being a Trump supporter?
Yep.
Okay. I would love to hear that math and calculus that you actually did to come up with the determination.
Sure thing. And for someone to start by saying I'm a big fan, I love listening to you. I respect your opinion.
I appreciate that.
If I had to describe myself, I would say I'm a New York City Republican, big city Republican. Mm-hmm. My biggest things that I care about are tax rates. Mm-hmm. I'll just be open about it. Mm-hmm. And I do believe that we should have a smaller government, but I also do believe in social safety nets. I'm a little bit more to the left than some other Trump supporters. Mm-hmm. But I do like that he's trying to lower taxes. I do like that he installed Doge. I wish I would keep up with it. Mm-hmm. And I do support tariffs, even though they are kind of going away for now, and they have to refund that. I wish that they could have kept the money. And yeah, I'll let you respond to that.
Okay. 1 second here.
I do acknowledge that Trump is not the best character. He's kind of a shitty human being. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, you know, they're both sides of the aisle are not ideal people. Mm-hmm. You could argue Democrats are better people, but they also raise taxes. And so, you know, taxes are a huge thing for me, just to be totally honest.
Okay. All right. So a couple of questions for you, Evan, before we go too far. You said that you, New York City Republican, you like the fact that he's lowering taxes, Doge, you like the tariffs, and you are for smaller government. You don't have to like disclose your actual finances, but do you make over $400K a year?
No, not yet. I'm close.
What's close?
Within 20%. 10, 20%.
Meaning you make 20% of 400,000, or you're like 20% away?
No,
from
like 20% less, like 300,000 plus, and I have equity, I have startups, I have capital gains.
Okay, well, so so you would say overall, if you wait, so that 20% less, so around the 300K marker, is that
like
just your revenue?
300.
Is that revenue, or are you counting for like your entire portfolio?
That's just like salary, stock bonuses, dividends.
Okay, so but if you talk about like the additional things that you have, would you say that you're over 400K?
No, probably where it's at, but I'm probably looking at some serious capital gains in the next 5 years.
Okay. All right.
And I know that some Democrats want to get rid of the preferred capital gains rate.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think that would be based as hell if we did, and also close loopholes, but no actual Democrat that has power has proposed that. So, I mean, I think that's more so a boogeyman. But I guess the question we'll start with here, because it sounds like to me, just based off of everything that you said, your overall concern is your pockets, not the well-being of people or even the country or the overall economic health, but specifically your pockets.
I would say anyone who says, it's both. Anyone who says that they don't care about themselves is lying. But I do care about myself as well. Yeah, definitely. But I do care about society. You know, I donate to charity. And I don't think we should have zero tax, but I personally think we should have a flat tax. 20-25% flat tax.
That's interesting. So looking at everything that you said, and just a combination of like the things that you believe in, I mean, honestly, the only thing that you could be saying that you would benefit from all the things that you listed, and anything that would be pertinent, would be a lower effective tax rate for the ultra wealthy. I mean, yes, the one big beautiful bill rewards those people who make over 400K a year, and obviously you're close enough to allow that to incentivize you. But I think that I guess the point that I would come to, because you talked about the actual equation that would allow you to support Donald Trump. And so even if I put the win over for the taxes, right, because it's only a win for you, it doesn't lower the effective tax rate for the average day American. Again, as of right now, you and all of the Americans that make lower than 400,000 with the passing of the One Big Beautiful Bill in 2025, the Tax Foundation found that it attributed to an additional $1,000 per household for American citizens. And then by the end of 2026 is projected to add another $1,200 to $1,500 in taxes for each individual household. So when it comes to taxes for everyday people, I mean, like I said, that's why I want to know about that 400,000. Even right now, I mean, yes, you're paying more in taxes, but you're getting ready to reach the level where that won't affect you anymore. So I guess the question, just to kind of circle this wagon one more time, it's not necessarily about the overall taxes for the country or everyday Americans. It's about lowering your taxes, right?
Yeah, and I'm being totally honest and transparent about it too. A lot of people are going to be trying to say something else, and they're just not going to give brass tacks. Yeah,
but again, just to verify, it's about lowering your taxes, not the taxes of the everyday American. Because you said taxes.
No, I would like to lower their taxes too. I think that we would benefit from a flat tax.
No, I mean, I agree. I hear you, and I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying that understanding the lived reality that we share, and the current tax code and what's in place and what has not been proposed, like with the actual information we have and where we will be moving forward, yes, you will be a beneficiary of lower taxes, but everyday Americans won't. So that's not a deal breaker for you.
If I could respectfully push back against that, I believe the quote is about 40 to 50% of Americans do not pay any federal income tax.
Can you, can you give me a source that actually verifies that? While he's doing that, a couple of quick thank yous. You guys are being absolutely amazing already. W's in the chat for the Beehive, who became a YouTube member. W's in the chat as well for Feisty. W's in the chat for Feisty, who sent out 5 YouTube membership subscriptions. Let's go, Feisty. W's in the chat for Courtney's. What up, Courtney's? Who resubscribed over on Twitch for 2 months. Debbie's in the chat as well for Junior, who sent a $2 donation, said, tell this marshmallow and NYC not to claim him. NYC does not claim him. Also, can you please say combination? I got you, Junior. I got you. Also, W's in the chat for Junior for the additional $1. I got you. I got you. And hello. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you are over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 100,000 likes. Also, can we knock out the daily gift goal? It's the Rosas. It's the Rosas. Please and thank you. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. It's only 1 coin. Evan, FYI, just every once in a while you have to swipe back in just so to make sure it doesn't kick you out. You can keep looking, it's fine, but you just have to come back in every once in a while so it doesn't like remove you from the app. And if you're still looking, I got
it.
Okay.
It says, according to taxpolicycenter.org, 40% of people pay 0 federal income tax. And they
what's the title of the article or the study?
And they do pay other taxes. But
what's the title of the study or the article that you're looking at?
Who will pay no federal income tax in 2025?
Okay, 1 second.
And by the way, I describe myself as a New York City Republican, but I don't live in New York City.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Commented. I just was trying to give a vibe.
Yeah. All right, so let's take a look at this. Give me a second here. One moment. Who pay no federal tax in 2025? According to the latest Tax Policy Center estimates, 40% of the household, or about 76 million tax units, will pay no federal income taxes. This number is slightly lower than 3 years ago. Not unusual, but often misunderstood. Well, that's a great start. So it looks like there's some context behind this, and the first call out I would call out the fact that it's lower than normal, but also it's misunderstood. So income drives how much federal income tax a household pays. That in 2025, the household who pays no federal income tax, about 70% earn less than $75,000, and about 45% earn less than $40,000. TPC measures income according to the household fall economic resources, including government transfers and employee provided benefits. These households include families with children or adults who live on fixed income. They include those with incomes too low to owe federal income tax after accounting for the standard deduction and other deduction exclusions. They also include those eligible for certain tax credits, like the earned income tax credit or the child tax credit, which can reduce tax liability below zero. Small share of higher income tax unit also pay no federal income taxes each year because they might offset their income with large deductions or loss. Okay, so I mean, just looking at this information that you provided, yeah, so there is 40% or about 76 million Americans who won't pay federal income taxes because they don't make enough, or either they have something that offsets the necessity to pay income taxes. So help me understand what we're doing with this information.
Yes, sir. It was a rebuttal to your comment. I'm trying to remember exactly what you said.
Oh, about how it's not lowering the taxes for everyday Americans.
Yeah, and you're concerned about everyday Americans, and I am too. Mm-hmm. But I use that as a rebuttal because 40%, or let's just say at least 35%, 33%, I'll even give you more jazz, are not paying any federal income tax. And I think
doesn't that speak to the fact that it shifts the burden to the individuals that do actually have to pay that, those middle of the road Americans, the ones that either make over that 75K marker, or who actually don't have like the dependents or ability to add deductions. I've already talked about the $1,000 that it was added to the taxes that each household paid, but then also the impending additional $1,200 to $1,500 that they're going to pay. So like, it sounds like the burden is being shifted even more to like everyday Americans that I just spoke to, instead of like the ultra wealthy. I'll give you a great example of this. In 2024, Jeff Bezos paid $2.4 billion in taxes, right? And which, Evan, I think you and I can agree that sounds like a large amount, right?
But percentage, it's not compared to what he made. Yeah, I agree.
Yep. If you quantify that, let's say someone made $100,000 in 1 year. If with the effective rate that Bezos paid, if you take that same rate and you quantify that for someone who made $100,000 in 1 year, that would be like them paying a total of $3,000 in taxes for that year. So that means that out of their $100,000, they would effectively be able to keep $97,000, which would be a huge plus for everyday Americans. So the point that I'm making is, while you can talk about the majority of Americans that don't pay taxes, you can also speak on the actual raw dollar amount for those ultra wealthy people that pay taxes. If you take a look at the tax burden that's being shifted to everyday Americans, middle Americans, the shrinking middle class, and also the effective tax loopholes that millionaires and billionaires are playing, combined with the lower corporate tax rate. I mean, the actual fruitful thing is to either be so poor that you can't pay taxes, which that's still not good, be so wealthy that you avoid paying the necessary amount of taxes, or be a corporation that continues to get like massive corporate tax cuts. So again, help me understand how that benefits normal everyday Americans.
I get what you're saying, and yeah, it's not fair that the burden is shifting to the middle and the upper middle. And I would just respond that I think a good flat tax, 20-25% all the way through, copy something like what Singapore does. I think that could be a good solution. I would say,
right. And
yes, 40%.
The only reason I'm going to cut you off. The only reason I'm going to cut you off with that, though, is because we're talking about what's actually occurring right now, versus what we think that could be beneficial. Again, I've already conceded to you. Like, I agree with you. I think if we look at other options, including a flat tax rate, that may be more beneficial, but that's not even something that's on the table. There's no actual politician in power that's pursuing that type of initiative. So I do kind of want to revisit the question that I said, and keeping us where our feet are. How is the current tax situation? Because we're locked. I mean, they just passed the one big beautiful bill. We're locked into that tax code for 8 years, and those corporate tax cuts were made permanent. So how are everyday Americans being benefited where the majority of the tax burden is being shifted to everyday Americans?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. If you can give me a second to postulate a response. I would say
no worries.
probably.
I can thank a couple of people if you need a moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. W's in the chat for the land only arts who resubscribe over on Twitch using their Amazon Prime subscription. Guys, listen, if you got an Amazon Prime, you can actually get a free subscription. You get a free subscription every month if you have a Twitch and Amazon Prime. So use that. Use that and become a subscriber. And then it also gives you access to our Discord, a bunch of really cool emotes. Guys, across the board, YouTube, Twitch, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok. Can you all drop the donut stickers for me? And then the slap nut stickers. If you are a member, a subscriber, or a super fan, you got those awesome stickers. That is in the chat for Jay Hops, who sent a $5 donation saying, Evan Bayo says he's building a business from Paraguay. Does he even pay taxes? Ooh, that's interesting. I'll follow up with that.
I do, unfortunately.
Okay, so you're building a business in Paraguay?
No, I'm a digital nomad, and so Paraguay is one country that I live in. And so, but I spend a lot of time in Europe too. I spend a lot of time in the U.S., California, New York, Chicago. So
you're building your infrastructure digitally outside of the U.S. While trying to capitalize on living in the U.S.
So it's more of a lifestyle.
You pay taxes. Wait, do you avoid? Wait, hold on. So do you pay international taxes, or what do you do?
Unfortunately, the U.S. is the only country that taxes based on citizenship. And so I have to pay on that, and that's fine. I just, drink a shot of tequila and pay the taxes every year. Okay. Technically every quarter.
Okay. W's in the chat for J Hops as well, for the $5 follow-up donation. I'm an accountant. Come to say what you said. The numbers include poor people and people who are on Social Security. Exactly. W's in the chat for J Hops. W's in the chat for Angie.
They're still citizens, though.
Yeah, but they're underserved and they are negatively impacted by the people in a multitude of ways. I mean, we can get into that, but that's why I said, you can talk about them not paying taxes, but any type of tax burden on those categories would send them into even more poverty. So, I mean, we could talk about it if you want, but yeah. W's in the chat for Angie for the $5 donation saying, I'm not sure if you remember, I passed the bar in February. I remember that. I was sworn in, prosecuted my first case, jury verdict, guilty, DV assault case. Happy sex. Let's fucking go, Angie. That is awesome. Let's fucking go. Guys, 1,000,000 W's in the chat for Angie. That is huge. I'm so proud of you. You are making an actual difference. That is crazy awesome. Crazy awesome, guys. W's in the chat for Angie. 1,000,000 W's in the chat for Angie. Angie, I'm proud of you. We're proud of you. You are going to change the world. You're the real superhero. Congratulations. Congratulations, Angie. W's in the chat for Angie. I want to keep that going. 1,000,000 W's in the chat for Angie nonstop. W's in the chat for Marie for the $3.33 donation saying, I'm single, no dependent. On my teacher salary, the only deduction I can claim is the max for teachers at $300, which is a fucking insult. I spend at least 2 times that a year or often or more. It saves me $66 on my taxes exactly, which is wild. W's in the chat for Marie. Again, guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you could do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you send a super chat and I will read that out. Also, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Kick, or even Twitter. I'm going to post this on Twitter as well. If you want to debate me, guess what? You don't have to leave where you are. You can stay in your safe space. The only thing you have to do is hit that link and come up and debate me. All right, Evan. So you were noodling what I had said.
Yeah. I think the most honest way to respond is to concede that for half of the Americans or more, that Trump's plan is not best for them. And I'm happy to concede that. Okay. But it goes back to, why I support him. And I do think that just pushing on a more smaller government, lowering taxes, at least not raising taxes, potentially.
Hold on. So let's wrap that tax point up then. So, I mean, again, just to quantify, you mean lowering taxes for the wealthy and corporations, but not everyday Americans? Because you do understand, even with Kamala Harris, she proposed raising like the corporate tax rate and possibly closing loopholes for the ultra wealthy, but not putting the tax burden on everyday Americans. So those two are diametrically opposed.
I'm talking specifically about the federal marginal rate and not increasing it. I think they wanted to put it back to 37%. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I think that they wanted to increase it back to where it was, like at 28 or something.
And I know that some people, and I like listening to Bernie Sanders. I respect him a lot, but he would like to go copy Europe and go into the 50s or 60s or even higher for top marginal rates. And I just
but Bernie Sanders isn't in power. Well, yeah, Bernie Sanders is someone that should have more power, but doesn't have more power. The Democratic Party as a whole, and specifically the previous candidate that was at the head of the ticket, Kamala Harris, never advocated for that. I would be with it. I guess just quick question. What point in United States history did we have the strongest middle class in the country?
When we had 90% rates at the top.
Yeah, when we overwhelmingly tax the corporations and ultra wealthy. So yeah, but okay, so
there is a debate though on that, but that's for another day.
Yeah, I would say that even if you account for like the dispute that you may or may not have for taxes, I think the overwhelming tipping point for that position would be something that you brought up, which you claim that you are for tariffs, right? We understand that ifo facto, tariffs are also a tax on American citizens, where they actually show that the 92% of the taxes that were levied by Donald Trump has been, the additional cost has been passed on to everyday Americans. And you did mention that the actual tariffs were overturned by courts and they had to be returned, but they're being returned to those corporations who already have those additional corporate tax cuts that were given to them by the One Big Beautiful Bill. So I guess the question I have is, you say that you like your taxes is the whole thing for you and you even like the tariffs, but how do those two things coincide when the tariffs raised additional taxes on everyday Americans, which then the additional taxes, instead of even going back to the government or going back to the people, were given to the corporations that actually receive those additional tax cuts?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, we get some good conversations. This is why I love watching you. You invoke some good conversations. So number one, let's start from the back. I wish the government could have kept all of the money. So let's just put it there. I don't like that they refunded it.
Can you help me understand that part first? Why do you think it's a good thing, and why do you wish they could have kept it?
Yeah, because point number one, which is a whole more discussion, but basically, if I had to summarize it, it is not fair that America plays by the Milton Friedman globalist economy agenda, where we do international trade, and then you have someone like China that aggressively tries to cut us out anytime we enter China. They aggressively steal our IP. They tariff the hell out of us. You know, I've been to China multiple times. I do business with China. It is not a free and open market. And so I see tariffs. I'm not a fan of taxes, but I also am not a fan of getting ripped off. It's like the kid who has a cork bat playing baseball and he's hitting with a cork bat every single day, or we're trying to do it without. And so, that's why I support tariffs. Let's
break down that first point. You said you don't support the globalist economy, but the United States of America.
I do support the globalist economy. I don't support the cheating that China
okay. I was going to say, because I mean, by saying that, I mean, like the United States of America benefits not only from the globalist economy, but from geopolitics. I mean, like the United States of America is an imperialist country. And I mean, we exploit the resources and the people across the board, especially in the global South, right? Robbing them of their minerals and, extorting the people to extract those minerals. Greatest example is what's happening in Congo, right? In the Congo. So the United States of America, like, not only benefits from that, manufactures it. Like, if you take a look at the history of the United States through the CIA with the destabilization of governments. I mean, the reason why Iran is where they are today is because they tried to globalize. I mean, they tried to nationalize their oil production to benefit the country, and which would have negatively impacted Great Britain. And so instead of them being able to do that, the United States used the CIA to destabilize them, overthrow them, install an actual dictator regime, and then they morphed into where they are today. So that, like, even that's why when people say, oh, they scream death to America, well, yeah, it's because we fucked up their country. But like, again, I'm a little bit confused because the United States benefits from a global society, and even more so, we exploit and cheat. So I think, like, calling out China for their exploitations, but not also calling out the United States of America for their exploitations, that seems a little bit hypocritical.
I'm happy to call out the US as well, but I do think that the robbing of IP, what China did to Google and Facebook, is on a different level than what we do to any foreign corporations.
What about foreign country and people within those countries? Because, well, I do agree with you, and I was going to talk about, like, the robbing of IP. I mean, I think that the way that the United States of America has literally either supported or started genocides across the globe is more negatively impactful than China stealing IPs, right? Even the United States of America, alongside of like other Western powers, are currently supporting like what's happening in Dubai and all of these other places. So, like, I think even if you stack those things up side by side, the United States of America is still way more negatively impacting on the global stage and more negatively impacting to everyday Americans than China.
I'm happy to say that they're both wrong, but the distinction I would say is we are US citizens and this is our country. And so when we are getting taken advantage by other countries, it is inherently worse than when we are taking advantage of other countries. Wait. Is
it inherently worse for other countries to take advantage of American citizens, or America to take advantage of American citizens? Which one?
They're both bad, but I'm just saying the obvious, that when it benefits us, it's better than when it benefits them.
Do you think
that makes sense?
Do you think China exploits American citizens more, or the United States of America exploits American citizens more?
Well, that's a great question. It's a great question. We're kind of getting away from the tariff war between China
I
and
know.
the US,
I'm coming back to it, but I'm just trying to make sure that I have a firm understanding, because, like, as of right now, like, which I'm going to address the IP portion, but I mean, it seems like you have a beef with China and their dirty tactics, which I do as well. But I mean, I think that, you know, what's the saying? It's all fair in love and war. And on the global market, when you talk about
that's why we have tariffs.
Well, we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that. Like, I don't think that's what you are. You know, we'll get to that. But the point being, I just want to make sure that I flesh out whether you think that China is worse than the United States of America for the American people, or if the United States of America is worse for the American people, because I stand on the side that America is worse for Americans. Because listen, if America saw what America was doing to America, then America would attack America to protect America.
Yeah, I mean, I see where you're going with that, and you definitely have some good arguments for that. But I just inherently, if I had to pick with my gut, I would say that the American government cares more about the Americans than China cares about Americans. So
I'm not saying who cares. I'm willing to concede maybe the care point, I guess, but I'm talking about who do you think exploits? who has more of a negative impact on Americans? Is it China or the United States of America?
I would probably say, and I'm just going to go with my gut and be totally honest, I would probably say China, and then point to all the, Michigan and all the Rust Belt places that got hollowed out by these free trade deals over the last 20 years.
Okay, so your position would be China is worse for American citizens than the United States of America, and you
normal American,
right. And you point to the actual, I'm assuming overall you would say the exodus of manufacturing within the U.S.
And just the unfair trade practices. They're doing the Sun Tzu Art of War strategy, and we were just sleeping, and our corporations were benefiting for 25 years or more off of increased profits, and everyone looked the other way. But yeah, I don't think that was good for America. You could argue we built China from trade.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can argue that we quote unquote built China, but China's been around for 5,000 years. I mean, they know how to actually last. The United States of America has been around for about 250 years. But if you talk about this global market, the way that the United States of America has proceeded since World War II, it's about the military industrial complex, right? The fact that the United States of America has been a military manufacturer since the Second World War and continue to benefit from being said, and then becoming a consumer, and China taking the position that we're going to be sellers, and the United States of America taking the position that we're going to be buyers. I think that's just our global lot in life. And I think those two things are mutually beneficial. Like there's a need to have a buyer and there's a need to have a seller. And I mean, I think there's a false dichotomy that China is somehow exploiting the United States of America because they're willing to sell those products, and the United States of America doesn't manufacture those products. I would say the United States of America has been more negatively impacted for American citizens when you talk about a couple of different things, right? You can talk about the perpetuation of trickle-down economics, where, again, you take a look at the amount of wealth that's been put into the hands of the ultra-wealthy and the corporations, and the expectations that they're somehow going to give that to normal, everyday Americans, where there's been studies to show that not only does trickle-down economics not work, but it's something that's negatively impacted everyday Americans. You can talk about the massive negative impact that the federal government has had on healthcare, right? Stifling the ACA, Republicans trying to overturn the ACA, and even removing the subsidies for the ACA, which kicked 17 million Americans off of healthcare so far, which has closed, which is by the end of 2026, has 466 rural hospitals on pace to shut down, which is going to impact 6.6 million patients in those rural areas, and also 275,000 employees. So destroying the healthcare industry, while in the same time deregulating the environmental protections for Americans, right? We can talk about the drilling that has been approved by the Trump administration on federal wildlife land. We can talk about the deregulation of air and water, where the United States Supreme Court actually ruled that there's an acceptable level of feces in drinking water. Or we can even talk about the installation of data centers that pollute the air and the water, but is overwhelmingly targeted for Black and brown communities. Communities like the one outside of Memphis, where the largest data center not only cause issues with the air quality and cause respiratory issues for the people, but it caused also additional cancer and things like that. I have a list of a shit more ton of things that I can say about the negative impacts of the United States government on American citizens, but I'll just land my plane in saying I think if you take a look at the list of negative impacts that the United States government has on everyday Americans versus the even the potential negative impacts from China, they're not even close.
I think it's a coherent argument. I definitely agree that most of those things you said are bad things. But again, I'd like to kind of go back to the whole idea of tariffs and if we should even have them or not.
Okay, so let's talk about that then. So when you talk about the actual IP, right, stealing of IP, I agree that we need to and should have done something about that. The issue that I have is believing that Donald Trump's tariff policy was the right way to go about it. The reason why I say that is, if Donald Trump was actually serious about addressing China and what they have done with stealing intellectual property, why wouldn't he actually create a cohesive plan with international partners who have also been negatively impacted by China stealing the IPs of their, corporations, and then have like an organized pressure campaign where there were targeted tariffs levied against China on a global stance, which would then force them to the negotiating table to put in protections for IPs around the world?
Great question. Number one, a lot of those countries already charge tariffs to China. And number two, organizing a global response is much harder than just your own country slapping tariffs as revenge.
I disagree with that. It's only tougher if you don't actually focus on your allyships, right? I mean, the Trump administration has overwhelmingly made a decision to destroy our international relations. What up, Hector? W's in chat for Hector. Has overwhelmingly destroyed our allyships. I mean, whether we talk about them pulling us out of the World Health Organization, the Paris Climate Accords, whether we talk about them trying to quote unquote annex Canada or annex Greenland. You can talk about the threat of leaving NATO, or even the universal terrorist Donald Trump with his Liberation Day. There's been no coordinated effort, or hell, even the way that we've not been on one accord as far as supporting Ukraine with the war that they're engaging in with Russia. I mean, if you take a look at like Biden and his administration or past administrations, they've been able to coerce international partners to engage in a lot of different things. But that's because they haven't put a constant effort on destroying those international relationships, where the Trump administration has specifically tried to destroy those international relationships.
Yeah, I would totally agree with you. And I was against leaving the WHO, and I was against leaving the Paris Climate Accord.
Okay. So again, I would say, what would be like, why wouldn't the better approach be instead of the Trump administration trying to destroy global relations with our partners, strengthening our relationship with our allies, and then having a concerted effort to levy tariffs against China to pressure them to stop stealing people's IPs?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I think we should and can still do. But then again, I'll just point back to what I said at the beginning. Point number one, a lot of those European countries, let's focus on the EU. I believe they already have, I think it's a 15% tariff on China. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's at least 10. So that's point number one. And point number two, I think that organizing, the whole thing with partners, I totally agree with your point, but I think that is more difficult than a unilateral increasing of everything. And then number three, I will say too, we're focusing on China. However, you can also make an argument that the EU, our best friends, our best partners, they're tariffing us already, and they've been doing it for 20-something plus years to protect their own economies. And so they are, some great partner they are,
Okay.
I think it's fair to have a tariff of, as long as it's not excessive. I think it's fine to prioritize domestic manufacturing and have a tariff that, penalizes people that cheat, steal, or in the case of the Europeans, protect their economies over anyone.
I disagree. I mean, that's one of the main reasons why tariffs should be levied. W's in the chat for the Mall Walker, who sent a $2 super chat to say happy 420, necessary when listening to MAGA idiots. W's in the chat for Mall Walker for that $2 super chat. Also, W's in the chat for Joshua for the $1 donation, saying this combo should be a video. I don't know if you guys, I would think that people wouldn't watch that. I don't know. I think people wouldn't watch it. You let me know. Would you guys watch that something if I put out maybe like something along those lines? I don't think people would watch that. I don't know. Maybe it's just me tripping. W's in the chat for the donuts, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. If you're over on TikTok, 1.3 thousand people hanging out, guys. Tap the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Can we knock out the donuts? That's the daily gift goal. Please, 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 and thank you. Last but not least, look up here at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. We only got 28 new followers on the stream. We've been live for almost an hour. I'm positive out of 1.3 thousand people watching on TikTok, there's more than 23 people that have not followed me. So hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. So please, please, please hit that follow button. If you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up. We should have as many thumbs up as we have people watching. If you look up at the top corner and you see where my name is and you can see how many people are watching, hit that, click right below there. It'll give you the option to hit that thumbs up. If you hit that thumbs up, it'll push the VOD out and it'll get more people in watching the live. So guys, do all the things. Evan, I guess let's just start here for a second. Do you know how Donald Trump, you remember Liberation Day, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how Donald Trump came by the decision to implement the tariffs for Liberation Day?
Yeah, so, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he looked at the tariffs that they have and then also the trade imbalances. And then number 3, potentially other factors like his mood / IP theft / give it. So 3 ways.
No. That's not how he did it. W's in the chat for Joshua for the additional $1 donation saying you've hit so many good points. I send it to 2 people. I'd send it to people. Okay. All right. I might do it. No, that's not how he did it. First, let's set the framework as far as where he got the tariff policies and who has influenced it. Do you know who Peter Navarro is?
Yeah, he is one of Trump's allies.
Yeah, so Peter Navarro is the person that is responsible for crafting the tariff policy that's used by Donald Trump and the Trump administration and the way that they're going about it. He's the person that directly influences Donald Trump as far as what and how things are levied. And so he's like the right-hand man when it comes to tariffs and Trump. So do you know who Ron Vera is?
I've heard the name.
Okay. Ron Vera is a tax expert or economist or, aficionado or whatever. He publishes information about the economic impacts and blah, 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 blah. Specifically talking about the way that the United States of America should actually implement universal tariffs, the blanket tariffs that Donald Trump has actually followed through on. He's the one that gave the guidance and the framework to do so. So now Peter Navarro actually had cited and quoted Ron Vera and used that as justification to pass it on to Donald Trump to say like, hey, this economist has cited this information and they're showing like this would be a good thing. And this is how we're coming up with the framework and we should do it. All right. So just to set the stage, what it is that Ron Vera says like, hey, universal tariffs, this is how we should do it. Boom, boom, boom. And then Peter Navarro says like, oh, I like this. We're going to use this information, hands it to Trump, say like, hey, this makes sense. We should follow this and we should do this. And then Donald Trump said, all right, cool. I like this. We're going to do this. And then boom, it came out that they did the Liberation Day tariffs. So we're tracking with all of that so far.
Yeah, but I think your question was how did they come up with a number?
Oh, I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm just making sure that you understand. But you're tracking with all of that so far.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before I go any further, I would like to ask the question, do you think that's a reasonable way of doing things where the White House listens to, the experts that they have in-house and the experts they have in-house lean on economists and people who do this type of things for like their data, and then they use that to create their policies and plans when it comes to international finances?
In the way that you said it, yeah, I think that's totally reasonable to rely on your advisors to help make plans. Yeah.
I do too. I think that's exactly how things should go. And like, I think that's a sensible approach for not only the Trump administration, but any administration that's in power. Now, what up, Zeus? Thank you for the money gun. I do want to call out an issue though. So Donald Trump is listening to Peter Navarro. Peter Navarro is listening to Ron Vera. Ron Vera is publishing his thoughts as far as him being an economist. The only issue with this equation is that Peter Navarro is Ron Vera, and Ron Vera is Peter Navarro. It came out that Peter Navarro had actually been writing under a pseudonym or whatever, and was actually Ron Vera and writing this information around like the tariff policies and how things should be. And Donald Trump didn't know that, or allegedly didn't know that. So the economists that they were using to justify the approach that they were taking with Liberation Day was just Peter Navarro vindicating himself. So again, I come back to the original point. While there is a normal logical approach, and I agree with the normal logical approach, apparently with the normal logical approach, the Trump administration and the experts who wanted to create the tax policies and the way that they did things literally wasn't there. So one, do you still feel justification in their practice of what they are doing with the universal tariffs or the blanket tariffs, knowing that Peter Navarro is the one that cited himself as justification for doing this?
Yeah, I don't like that story. If I can comment on that, I don't like it. That is news to me. But yeah, I would say that I would rather have them used experts and done it cleanly A to Z. But yeah, I still support the idea of tariffs.
And again, I guess I should have said this from the beginning. I don't think tariffs are a bad thing. I don't think they're a good thing. I think they're a tool, right? Tariffs are a necessary tool. And when used properly, they're effective. I mean, like a hammer is a necessary tool. If you use a hammer to hammer nails, you can build a structure. But if you use a hammer to hammer people, then you can take a life. So it depends on how the tool is being wielded. And so like, it's not a good or a bad thing. It's just a thing. And Donald Trump is negatively using those tariffs to impact not only the American people, but the country as a whole and international relations. So even if you think that they're a good thing, I mean, the flaw in their logic is like Donald Trump isn't listening to experts. He's listening to someone who has confirmation bias and wants to do this thing because he just thinks that he's the smartest person in the room.
Yeah, I mean, that's articulated very well. That's a good point. However, I would say that there still are probably reputable economists that do support tariffs. It's not.
Can you name one? Because even prior to Donald Trump actually taking office, the global consensus and the consensus within the United States from leading economics was that Donald Trump's policies when it comes to blanket tariffs, universal tariffs, was a massively negative policy, and it was going to negatively impact Americans, which, surprise, surprise, it has, because I stated earlier in the conversation, about 92% of the burden of the tariffs have been paid by the American citizens, which of course just raise our taxes, our prices. I mean, CPI has risen under the Trump administration since the implementation of the Liberation Day tariffs. And also Americans have less consumer confidence. There's more, the actual wealth gap has increased. There are more Americans working today than ever before in our history, which I know the Trump administration tries to use that as like a flex, but it's a negative thing because that means that less people have the availability to retire. And so they're forced to stay in the workforce longer because they're not making enough and life is so unaffordable. So, I mean, while I agree that there's a time and place for tariffs, there's nothing about this, the way that the Trump administration has levied these tariffs that state that they're a good thing. And I would love to see one leading economist, one expert who has a viable history of economics stating that what Trump is doing with tariffs is a good thing. W's in the chat for Stephanie for the $5 donation saying, what time is the watch party? I don't know, Stephanie. I'll let you know. W's in chat for Stephanie. Yeah, for anyone wondering, the Jubilee episode that myself is on, Parker, Naima, Evan, Mason, like a crazy lineup, David, a crazy lineup of people who debated Ruben, whatever the guy name is. It's coming out today. He got massacred. I'm not even gonna lie. Listen, when I'm telling you that I felt bad for him, I'm not even joking, because there's 4 claims, and the way Jubilee does it is there's 2 claims, and then we take like a break, and then we come back and we go through the additional 2 claims. After the first 2 claims, I felt horrible for him, and I literally told Parker, I said, if I was him, I don't think I would come back out. Like, and I wasn't even joking. I said, if I was him, I don't think that I would come back out to finish this debate because it was a massacre. I'm telling you, what happened was, I don't know how they're going to do the editing, right? I don't know how they're going to set up the editing, but in a row, this is how the debates went. This is how the debates went. In a row, he debated Evan, then he debated Mason, then he debated me. Then he debated Naima. No, I'm sorry. He debated Evan. He debated Mason. He debated me. He debated Parker. And then he debated Naima. All in a row. Those 5 people in a row. When I tell you, it was bad. Like, it was I felt bad for him. W's in the chat for Natalie for the $2.57 donation saying, there's a lot of talk here in the UK of us returning back to the European Union. I'm excited as a Russian propaganda. I'm excited as the Russian propaganda got us into this mess. I foresee more Trump tariffs on us. Yeah, I could see that as well. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Evan, were you able to find a economist that said that Trump's tariffs is a good thing?
Or state capitalism in China. I think
when you're out of the app, I can't hear you. So you just have to tell me what you were saying while being in the app.
Yep. So number one, I don't think he's a Trump supporter, but Paul Krugman has talked a lot about China. He's pro-trade, but he has talked about tariffs as a way to combat state capitalism in China.
Right, but can you tell me, can you give me like the source, the place he published this and the title so we can look at it?
Sure, let me do some more research and find it.
Sure. And guys, just taking a look, I'm looking at Jubilee's page right now. They still haven't published the video yet. So I don't know exactly what time they're going to publish the video. In the meantime, I'm going to get somebody up here to help you while you look for that information, Evan. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only 1 coin, and will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. America, we need to be honest, right? And a couple of people that we have to have honesty with starts with the Republicans. Republicans, FYI, stupidity is home. It's home in a multitude of ways. We can talk about what I mean, but it's something that's being embraced by the Republican Party as a whole. Moderate Democrats, middle ground is bullshit. If you think that somehow you can find middle ground with the fascists, you're wrong. This is a fascist regime. There's no middle ground. Either you're with us or you're with them. Like, there's no middle ground. White men, we have to have this conversation. There's a group of white men that for some reason think that they are being replaced, and it's not happening, right? There is no plot or plan to replace white people in the United States of America, but they feel like that we are. and they feel like they're targeted. And since they feel like we are, and they're targeted, they're lashing out, and they are overwhelmingly disenfranchising all other groups that have already been disenfranchised because they think that we need to keep this country as a white country. So you're cowards, you're not victims. White women, we have to have this conversation. It's a very uncomfortable conversation, and I understand why it would be a uncomfortable conversation, but white women will prioritize comfort ahead of everything. So if you disagree with that, come up, let's talk about it. Last but not least, BLAGA, Black MAGA, FBA, Foundation of Black Americans, anyone that would be a Black Republican, Black conservative, if you would classify yourself as such, you are literally the weakest link. I was listening to Kiana this morning, and there was a FBA who came up and was like, oh, you think that FBA is standing in the way of Black progress? Yes, you guys crash the fuck out. You have no facts, information, and you're trying to separate Black people as a whole. You're a fucking problem. You're the weakest link, and the ancestors would absolutely be ashamed of you. So with that being said, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. There's someone in the request by the name of Jacob. Jacob, you have 2 followers and you're following one person. Hey, Jacob, I don't do troll accounts. So I'm going to block this account. Go back and get your main. Go back and get your main. And if you get your main, then I'll have you up. But I'm just going to block this account because if you can't come in here on your main account and you can't say it with your chest, then you're not going to get to say it at all. Deb's in the chat for Danella for the $3 donation. And I can't wait to see those debates. Me too. I'm interested to see how they actually publish it. Deb's in the chat for Ja for the $2 donation. Saying, bro, debate is equivalent to the 2022 Nets. I love that shout out, especially because you see me rocking the Lakers gear. W's in the chat for the donos and also the recognition of my team. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. By X 2026. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Can I sing you a song?
No, thank you.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I love
Evan,
you.
I have a source.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
Full transparency, is not a super famous economist, so that does help your argument. But I did find someone, his name.
I can't hear you while you're at the app, remember?
Yeah, sorry. It's called Kicking Away the Ladder.
By Hi John?
Yes, sir. He's probably the best.
So you're talking about the book that he wrote?
And there's also an article. I can post the link in the chat.
No. Just tell me the name of the source and the person. I mean, the source. And then, okay, so you're saying this book is a source of him actually saying that the implementation of Donald Trump's Liberation Day tariffs is a good thing.
No, it's just tariffs. I don't have anything specifically for liberation. Tariffs.
Okay, because I was going to say this actual book was published in 2002. Literally 23 years prior to Donald Trump's Liberation Day tariffs. So, like again, I've already told you I understand the actual functionality of tariffs, right? I understand how they work and things like that. That's not an issue. The issue is at hand that I'm saying. You said that some economists said that economists said that it was a good thing, and I'm saying, can you name one economist who has said that Donald Trump's liberation tariffs, any leading reputable economist, God dang it, who has said that his Liberation Day tariffs is a good thing?
Yeah, so if you're trying to say that they were not made correctly and it was rushed and he did a bad job with Liberation Day tariffs, I'm happy to concede that.
Yeah, I mean, that's been my entire point. I mean, you've talked about the benefits of what he's doing with tariffs. And I'm telling you, not only did he take the wrong approach, but it's been an approach that has been a negative impact on American citizens, and there's no benefits as far as the way that he's done tariffs or the way that tariffs have been implemented. So I'll give you a great example of when tariffs were properly levied. When Joe Biden actually implemented tariffs on China specifically for their EV market. He wanted to incentivize the production of EVs within the United States of America. So he actually placed those tariffs on the EVs coming from China, which they are far ahead of us as far as EV production. Well, with him actually implementing those EV tariffs, it slowed down the imports of Chinese EVs and gave the footing to the United States manufacturers, including with his actual implementation of the infrastructure bill, giving additional EV credits to those manufacturers. It incentivized the American manufacturers to build and manufacture more EVs. So you saw not only a uptick in manufacturing within the United States of America and production of EVs, you saw a slowing of EVs coming from China. And so it allowed the United States manufacturers and American-made products to get a better footing versus like having to rely on China. So that's a way that you actually levy tariffs, not what Donald Trump is doing. Also, FYI, guys, the reason why I'm super happy about this conversation, I just finished up. You guys know I've been reading a lot and listening to my books. I just finished Think Again, which is by Adam Grant. But I just started this morning, like literally this morning, I started Freakonomics by Stephen Levitt and also Stephen Dunbar. So yeah, I'm excited about those. I'm just getting into some of my economics reading. Anyway, would you like to respond to that?
No, I would concede that, and it's been a great conversation. Thank you for talking to me.
Oh, okay. So you concede overall?
No, that I don't have a famous economist that backs Trump's tariffs right now, but I do still support tariffs.
Oh, okay.
In general.
Okay. So I guess the question I have is, do you support Donald Trump's tariffs or just tariffs?
I would say first principles, I just support tariffs more than anything.
Okay, so not Donald Trump's tariffs.
Yeah, and his are the best tariffs that we have. But Biden's
okay,
tariffs
can you
wait? Can
you quantify how his tariffs have been the best tariffs?
Because having tariffs, I believe, is better than no tariffs.
But all presidents have used tariffs, including the Biden administration. So again, can you give me the positive impacts of Donald Trump's tariffs? Because like I'm covering the impacts that have occurred with the tariffs levied by the Trump administration, and there's no positive impact on those tariffs. Even more so, not only when you talk about the person that set up the tariffs, I didn't even talk about how they created the tariffs. The way Peter Navarro determined that tariffs should be done was he took the actual amount of trade that we have with the country. He subtracted the trade deficit and then divided by 2. And that's how we made the actual equation for the trade deficit. So the creation of the way that we're doing tariffs, the implementation of the tariffs, the tax burden that's been felt by the everyday Americans, the illegality that has been deemed by the courts of the tariffs. And then you talk about the fact that the money was returned and not returned to the American people who paid 92% of those tariffs and not kept by the United States government, but literally just given back to those corporations who has already received additional benefits, including tax breaks. I'm not understanding how anything is a positive with Donald Trump in the way that he did tariffs.
I think it comes from the center of my opinion, which is that we should have tariffs as a way to take on China, and that Trump tried and failed. And if we talk about his tariffs specifically, I'll concede that they were not done in the best way. And unfortunately, they seem to be failing because they have to refund the money. But I'm against refunding the money, but the court said it, so we have to obey the courts.
But like even more, if you take a bigger look at like all of this, right, you do understand that the tariffs policy that Donald Trump has had, even in his first term, has caused like negative impacts. right? His trade war that he started with China in his first term caused a spike in legacy farms having to shut down. The bankruptcy rate for farmers under his first term spiked to 24%. And that caused like these legacy farms to have to sell off their farms to big farm companies, which then instead of legacy farms, smaller farms negotiating with like the grocery stores, those big farm companies started negotiating with the grocery stores, which caused like our grocery prices to go up. And you know what's even funnier about the fact that our grocery prices went up and these legacy farmers had to sell to these big farms?
What?
China has a majority stake in a lot of these big farm industries within the United States of America. So not only did China benefit from the trade war that Donald Trump started, we lost farmers, we lost farms. And they had Biden had to come in and give like farm subsidies, so these farmers would stop going bankrupt. And like even after that, when Trump got back in office, one of the first things he did was pause or remove those subsidies that were being given to the farmers, even though they had like these massive contracts that were keeping their farms afloat and for the crops that they had already grown. And then that impacted them again, where the bankruptcy rates for farmers has skyrocketed under Trump again with this current term. So again, I'm not seeing any positive impacts as far as Donald Trump and his tariff policies. It just sounds like you're saying, well, I like that he's doing tariffs, even though everything is bad about the way that he's doing tariffs.
I would also throw in the fact that why do Europeans have tariffs? You know, there is a whole body of research about tariffs, and it's not just as simple as to say they're bad in all situations. And I know that you don't believe that too. We talked about that 20 minutes ago, but yeah,
I guess let's do this. Let's try to baseline it. Right? Can you give me one positive impact that Donald Trump tariffs has had on America or the American people? Like one tangible benefit, something we can quantify.
I believe that because of the tariffs, correct me if I'm wrong, manufacturing is shifting away from China to other countries like Vietnam. So you could argue that is a good thing.
How does that benefit America or the American people to have? I mean, because that's not bringing manufacturing back to the United States of America, which would tangibly benefit Americans or the American people. And also what Donald Trump said that his tariffs were supposed to do, which that's not how tariffs work. So like you can say that, yes, there has been companies that are looking to still subvert the tariffs by shifting away from China, but they're shifting to countries where the United States of America has not levied those tariffs or whatever. So I disagree. That's not a tangible benefit for America or American people. So
it helps us in the geopolitical arms race that hopefully we can dampen anyway. But that's a serious issue for another day as well, the whole geopolitical arms race with China. But yeah, that's how I would respond. And then I do believe that
there's no tangible benefit
of AI investment.
So there's no tangible benefit.
No, I would say there is a tangible benefit.
Okay, so what you said as far as companies going to other countries, that's not a tangible benefit. So you were about to say
that helps the U.S. when they leave China to go to a different country. That helps the U.S.
It doesn't.
Indirectly.
It doesn't.
Indirectly.
It doesn't. Yes, you can say that China doesn't have a complete monopoly on manufacturing. They still have. China is still the biggest seller in the world. And what they're doing is incentivizing those companies that are there and incentivizing companies to come there. So like it hasn't been anything that's substantial that would shift the overall like manufacturing. If there was, let's say, a shift that created 3 global manufacturing powers instead of 1, then maybe, right? But like that's not the case.
Not yet. And oh, by the way, I have a 5-minute hard deadline. Just a heads up. But yeah, not yet. But again, I think if we
let's do this instead of going down that point, because you and I have been talking for a while. Then, and if you got only 5 minutes, I want to get to the bottom of this. Nothing that we've talked about so far, and nothing that you gave me is something that would be overall beneficial. The only point that I would concede is that yes, to you as an individual, the One Big Beautiful Bill and the way that Donald Trump is going about tariffing people is absolutely something that would benefit you. But when you talk about taxes as a whole, when you talk about DOGE, when you talk about tariffs, when you talk about the quote unquote smaller government, none of those things are either happening or benefiting everyday Americans. So the question I have for you is, what is the line of demarcation? Like we can, you've already said that Trump has horrible character and all this other stuff. But overall, he's negatively impacting the country. The economy is shit. The international relations is shit.
Debatable.
What's debatable?
Because he also received, I believe, 20 trillion of AI pledges.
What's the difference between a pledge and actually signing a commitment?
Not
signing a commitment. I'm sorry, a pledge. What's the difference between a pledge and signing a deal?
I mean, a pledge is the first step. It's better than nothing. So
there's plenty of manufacturers. I'm sorry, there's plenty of manufacturers, countries, people that have made pledges, and those pledges never come to fruition. Apple is one of the biggest pledgers that never actually come to fruition. Or even if you talk about like the people who are making these pledges, they're literally just making shit up. Mark Zuckerberg was caught on a hot mic after being at the White House with Donald Trump and pledging that Meta was going to invest, I think, like 280 billion or some crazy fucking number. He got caught on the hot mic a little bit later, leaning over to Donald Trump and saying, "Hey, was that number okay? I didn't know what number you wanted me to say." Like, they're literally just making numbers up to make it look good. So you can say that, oh, they're committing, but like until they put pen to paper, there's no tangible benefit from that.
Yeah, I would agree, but I would also say that a pledge is not worth nothing. I do think he deserves some amount of credit, maybe not full credit, but some amount of credit. He gets
no credit for pledges because they have no tangible benefits. The reason why these technocrats are willing to like say this shit out loud is because they're personally benefiting from the United States government and what's happening. Like literally, Palantir signed a contract with the federal government that gave them $10 billion, and then they paid $0 in taxes. Like the reason why they're doing this shit is because they're benefiting from the relationship with the federal government, and they're enriching themselves without having to actually give anything back to the American people. Like that's why they're doing. That's why they're saying they're going to do the shit, and they're not doing it because they know they don't have to do it, and they're going to make money.
I think it's too early to say that the pledges are not going to come through and they're all fake and not.
Okay, so they've been making like we have over a year's worth of pledges, right? Can you give me the most tangible benefit when it came to the pledges was the pledges that South Korea. It was South Korea made, or was it South Korea or Japan? One of the two. I'm trying to rush through this, but whoever it is that makes Hyundai, I think it's Japan. Or is it South Korea? It's South Korea. Okay, South Korea. That was one of the most tangible actual pledges that came through, and they invested. And so they started to actually invest in the manufacturing here in the United States so they can actually build up their manufacturing in the U.S. Do you know what happened after they actually put pen to paper and started doing the thing?
Tell me.
The Trump administration sent ICE to the warehouse, the manufacturing plant in Georgia, and raided them and arrested a bunch of South Koreans that were here on work visas to actually teach the American people how to actually run this brand new plant for this investment that they put in place. And this not only strained relationships with South Korea, they pulled those South Koreans out of the US and said, we're not doing anything else. So the greatest example of someone putting pen to paper and actually doing something under this Trump administration was underscored by the Trump administration shooting themselves in the foot and hurting that relation. So can you give me anything that's been a benefit from these pledges?
Yeah, that's a great point. But I do think there's more to the South Korean story. I'd love to talk more about that later, and this deportation in general, because we didn't even get into that. But I do believe that there was a problem with the South Koreans' visa. They were expired, or there was, I think there was something.
Is there anything that Donald Trump can do today that would cause you to stop supporting him? Is there any line in the sand for you?
One more constitutional crisis, and I would cut the line. I'm not happy with what he's been doing with the courts. I'm not.
How many constitutional crises do you think that he's caused?
Let's see.
Thank you for the cap.
Let's see. I'm trying to think. There's been at least one or two in the whole.
He's violated the first, second, third, fourth. The 14th, the 22nd, and they're threatening the 19th. Yeah,
but again, also previous Democratic admins have violated the 4th as well. Snowden under Obama and Biden, they didn't do anything.
Is that the? Tell me how he violated the 4th, or how the Biden administration specifically violated the 4th Amendment.
They did not put to stop the warrantless search of American data by the NSA.
Wait, say it again.
He did not stop the NSA warrantless program. They're still reading all of our phone calls and texts. Biden had. Oh,
you mean the actual the way that they did it that was implemented by the what is it, not the Freedom or the Patriot Act? The Patriot Act.
Yeah, he did not get rid of the Patriot Act. Biden did not. Yes, sir.
Did Trump get rid of the Patriot Act?
No, he did not.
So that's like, stop it. Come on now. Like, stop it.
But you're attacking him for the 4th, and I just want to mention
yes, but I'm attacking Trump for the 4th because they specifically told ICE that they did not have to actually uphold to warrants to enter people premises to actually implement, or I'm sorry, to actually try to arrest them. So like they literally sent out a memo saying disregard that, you don't need a warrant, you can go in. And they've also been caught taking administrative warrants and smudging the names and pretending that they're actual like arrest warrants. And they've given coverage for that. So tell me how that's the same as Biden not ending the Patriot Act.
You could argue that Biden not ending the Patriot Act is worse because the NSA thing is probably the biggest systemic problem.
Then if you can argue that, then why aren't you arguing that it's worse that Trump didn't and still has not ended it?
That's probably, and the stuff he does with Palantir too. That's probably my biggest criticism.
Right, but again, that's moot because that's something that has been upheld for not only presidents in the past, but the president that you currently support. He didn't do it before, and he's not doing it now. So you trying to say, "Oh, this is something I'm holding against Biden"? That's moot because it's something that you should be holding for against Trump as well. Give me something that Biden did to actually violate the 4th Amendment, which I've already given you an actual action that was taken, instead of something that they didn't do to remove something. What did he do to directly violate the 4th Amendment?
I'm pretty sure they renewed the NSA Patriot Act under Biden. So you could give
the Patriot Act is a piece of legislation. It does not violate the Constitution because it was passed into law. Now, give me something that he did that violated the 4th Amendment.
I would say the Patriot Act does violate the 4th. I think was
the Patriot Act signed into law?
Yes.
Okay, so then it doesn't violate the Constitution.
No, you can pass laws that are against the Constitution. You have to amend the Constitution.
What happens if there is a law that's passed that violates the Constitution?
It should be thrown out.
Not what you think it should happen. I'm saying what does happen.
The Constitution, it goes to court, and after 5 to 10 years, if it's found constitutional, the law is repealed.
There you go. Yeah. There's a mechanism to take it to court, and the Supreme Court can rule on it and deem whether it is or is not unconstitutional. Has the Supreme Court ruled that the Patriot Act is unconstitutional?
As far as I know, they're punting the ball, and they've never ruled.
Okay, perfect. So while you and I can both agree that we think the Patriot, thank you for the galaxy. What up, Rick? The Patriot Act fucking sucks and it shouldn't be in place. We can agree on that. What we cannot agree that it is unconstitutional because it has not been deemed to be unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. And even more so, it was signed into law. I have issues with a shit ton of laws. That doesn't mean that the person or the president that the actual law was signed into has violated the Constitution. So I need you to lock in for me.
I think I have a right to say something I believe is unconstitutional.
I don't give a fuck about what you think your right is. Like you're saying this though based off of your feelings. How much? No. Because now you're talking about your feelings. You're talking about your feelings, Evans. Why should I get
feelings?
You are talking about your feelings.
You're reading your messages. You're reading your text messages.
Evan, you're talking about your feelings. You're literally talking about your feelings.
No, I'm talking about the fact. I'm talking about the raw facts, which are they're warrantlessly spying on us. And
the raw facts are that the Patriot Act is in place, and yes, they are reading our information. Those are the facts. Now, your feelings is you said I don't like it. No. Your feelings are I don't like it, and since I don't like it, I'm holding Biden accountable for it. Those are your feelings.
No, that's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying. You were saying you were attacking Trump for his violations of the Fourth, which, by the way, I'll grant you. But then I also said that the most important Fourth violation, the NSA, Biden did nothing about.
Trump either. Trump either. Yeah. Like that. That's the crazy. Hold on. That's the crazy. That's the craziest point about the shit that you're calling out right now. If Donald Trump, even today. Fuck his first term. Today, if Donald Trump was specifically trying to overturn the Patriot Act, I would give you that. But he didn't do anything on his first term about it, and he's not doing anything about it in his current term. So if you have so much of a problem with that, if you think this is a massive issue, then you would be against Donald Trump today because it's something that's that big for you. So you don't hold that same dichotomy.
Who would I have voted for? Harris, who would not have done anything on the NSA either. So, I think it's fair to.
Do you remember the question?
That both sides.
Do you remember the question? What was the question?
Which question?
The question was. What can Donald Trump do? What could Donald Trump do today that would get you to stop supporting him? You said one more constitutional violation. I named the litany of constitutional violations, and you tried to do what about Biden, specifically pulling out the Patriot Act. But the Patriot Act was upheld by Trump under his first administration and is currently being upheld under his current administration. So if the Patriot Act was your line in the sand, then you wouldn't be supporting Donald Trump today because he is upholding that. You're literally a hypocrite.
No, we went down a line there on the Fourth Amendment. But to answer your question, probably another January 6th would be the end of it.
So he has to incite another insurrection, not the first insurrection. He has to incite another insurrection for you to stop supporting him.
That would be, you asked what the final.
I'm just verifying. I'm verifying what you're saying. So you're saying that he would have to incite a second insurrection in order for you to stop supporting him. The first insurrection was not enough for you. He has to do one more.
Or any other constitutional crisis,
I've already said I've named multiple constitutional crises. Hey, did you know that currently the United States Justice Department is serving warrants to internet companies like Reddit, Meta, Google, and looking for and trying to get the information of private users who have been openly advocating against ICE? Did you know that they're trying to get the information? Hey, doesn't that sound like an actual constitutional crisis when the United States government is trying to find private citizens because of what they're saying online? It's not threats to the country. It's just fuck ICE. You don't think that's a constitutional crisis?
Again, this is the mass surveillance issue that I already.
But do you think that's a constitutional crisis?
I do.
Okay, so isn't that a big enough constitutional crisis for you to stop supporting them? because that's
It's nothing
new. No. That's new in the sense that specifically the administration is going after private individuals because they have negative dispositions on departments within our country.
And again, we'll see what court cases come out on that.
You're a hypocrite.
I don't think so, but I don't care.
You've proven that you're a hypocrite. Like that sucks because like you can sit here and while you can have like your feelings, I'm not pushing back on your feelings. You literally told me that your line in the sand. You told me that your line in the sand was something, and I'm calling out that something, and then now that something is no longer your line. Like you're a hypocrite.
You haven't named anything new. I said one more, not one more that you tell me. I said one more.
So when do you consider the thing to be new? How recent does it have to be new?
Like Jan 6 was a novel.
How recent does the thing have to be for you to consider it to be new?
What do you mean? Like,
when you say new, do you mean anything today? Do you mean anything within the last 2 months? Do you mean anything in this current administration?
Anything going forward from today that is not tied to anything that he's already done.
The fuck out of here. The fuck out of here. So I would have to give you something that he just did in order to actually get you to say that you no longer support him. That's unreasonable as fuck. From right now, I would have to pull up something that he just did in order for you to say, oh, I don't support him anymore. The fuck are we even talking about? I would have even taken, if he's done something within the last 3 months, that's reasonable. But literally while we're on this fucking live, or I would have to follow up with you and, in the future fuck out of here. You're so disingenuous. So disingenuous. What are we doing? Yeah, he did say get back to me later. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Hi, buddy. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Buddy AG, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yes, I am.
Can you come closer to your device?
Yeah, what's up?
How's it going? You said you are a Trump supporter or disagree or combination?
I just think you're racist is what I think. So
okay, that's what's up. So we can talk about it, I guess, if that's all you got. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about related to like this, or you just want to talk about you thinking I'm racist?
Well, see, you got black up there, so you're labeling black people.
You're a white man. You don't get to talk about that. So anything else up here that you want to talk about?
Pretty racist.
Sure, and we're already going to talk about that claim. I just want to
talk about Donald Trump.
I just want to clarify. We're going to talk about that claim. Is there any other thing on the background that applies to you that you would like to talk about outside of that?
Yeah, I'm a white man. I ain't no coward, and I ain't no victim.
Okay. All right, we can talk about that as well. Give me 2 seconds, and I'm going to say thank you to a couple of people, and then we'll get into it.
No, I ain't got time to wait on you. You should have done it.
Then leave. I just muted you. If you don't want to wait, then fucking leave. I don't care. I don't care. Exactly. You coward. The funny thing about bringing him in is that not only has he been waiting in the request, he's been in the request for the last 3 days. He's been in the request for the last 3 days, and he couldn't wait 5 minutes max for me to say thank you. Fuck out of here. I promise you, for anyone else who has main character energy, guess what? We don't need you. We literally don't need you. And you proved the prompt. You're a coward, AG. You literally proved the point. You proved the background. You proved the prompt. You're a coward. You're not a victim. You're literally a coward. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin and will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Yeah, guys, I know that you can stop spamming that in the comment section. You definitely do not have to spam that in the comment section. Like, seriously, you guys can just like not spam that in the comment section. That's fucking wild. Like, what are we doing? Like, spamming that in the comment section literally is a trigger warning. Like, do not fucking do that. Holy shit, guys. I know you think that that's helpful. Do not do that. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly and you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Hi, Rob, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, link tree in the bio. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Oh, yes, I am.
You're kind of hard to hear.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you doing a voice?
Yes, because I'm a neo-libertarian phalangist. Santana, both parties are corrupt. You need to leave the Democratic Party and become a phalangist. Why? Why are you harassing
I'm blocking
people?
this account as well. Like, you're not funny. Like, you're literally not funny. I really wish that they would find something else to do. I truly mean this when I say, like, maybe get some new material. Like, maybe just get some new material. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I got you, Zay. I don't think this person's going to load. How are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I wanted to see if I could ask you a question about something you said on one of your previous lives.
But do you disagree with anything on the background?
No.
So, okay. Let me just say this. Like, I think boundaries are a really big thing. And I think coming up for your own, your own thing is a bit selfish, right? Especially because there's other ways that you can get a question across, whether it be dropping in the chat. I read the chat all the time. You can, if it's important, get it to one of the mods and they can get it to me if it's important, or you can even, send something to the pay links where I would answer or read anything out directly. So I think coming up here and disrespecting boundaries is like wild, but I am intrigued because it seemed like this is super important to you. So what's the question?
Yeah, I'm sorry for wasting your time. I was curious. I was on one of your lives before and you stated that you said that Black people can't be racist. And I'm not going to say I disagree. I just wanted to understand why you looked at it that way. Because I've always thought that all races could be racist.
Okay.
So I just wanted to ask you,
We can talk about that, actually. I'm willing to actually engage with that one. Give me 2 seconds. Let me say thank you to a couple of people and we can dig into it. Someone said not true. Ooh, Alicia, come up here. If
when
you said, hold on one second. Alicia, wait, where did you go? Don't run. No, come back. Oh, that was my backup. Sorry. Alicia, where are you? You come up here as well, Alicia, and both of you, we can have the conversation with both of you. There it is. There you are. Send your request. We can have this conversation with both of you. Give me just a moment here. And
okay.
Yeah. And Lisa, you said you don't think that Black people can be racist?
That's correct. I do not believe Black people can be racist.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, so you don't think they can, or you do think they can?
No, we don't develop any type of system.
Okay, hold on. Don't give it away. All right, perfect. I'm gonna drop you back down. I misunderstood what you said in the comment. I'm sorry.
Keep doing what you do.
All right, thank you. All right. Yeah, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to say thank you to a couple of people, and then we can talk about it.
Okay.
Let's see here. W's in the chat for Trey for the $5 super chat to say it's actually not better. It's not actually better than nothing. It's exactly the same as nothing. Talking about the terrorist facts. W's in the chat for Lord Tamayoshi for the $10 super chat to say people need to stop treating billionaires as if they are a protected species. They affect they affect 99% of this planet. Facts. W's in the chat for Dragon, who says, how come Dean or Parker never joins your stream? They do. I mean, I don't know when you're watching, but they do. W's in the chat for Dragon as well for $1.99 super chat to say said people with disabilities can't be presidents. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but all right, cool. W's in the chat for Blue Baron for the $2 super chat to say, I will never underestimate the Trump devotion syndrome. Yeah, like the way that they just lock in is like the wildest thing. W's in the chat for Charlene for the $10 donation saying, keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much for the $10. W's in the chat for Ami for the $5 donation saying, as a white woman, it's my responsibility to speak out about autocrats. Autocrats. I don't know if that's what you meant. Happening within our country. Shame on any of you who stay quiet and complicit. Hashtag Santana rocks, you rock. That was in chat for Joe for the $6 donation saying, bro, this is cope. The Trump administration is all up in their for-profit security industry with Peter Thiel and Vance being BFFs. Republicans implemented the Patriot Act. Facts. Trump is using executive power to illegally search homes without warrants. Exactly. He was just a hypocrite. And last but not least, W's in chat for Marie for the $1 donation saying, nah, jar, because you can literally Google the answer to that question. Yep. W's in chat for Marie, but Marie, you're not going to take my fun. W's in chat for all the donuts, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. I don't know when my backup keeps dropping. Like, what the hell is happening, TikTok? All right. First question I have, what is race? Are you going to Google that? Vampire, are you there? Man. If you got to Google the first question, then I don't know if you, I don't know if this actual, like, I don't know what's going on. Hopefully, like maybe she got a phone call. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Oh, maybe her phone died. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. There's no way she just left. And also, like, something's happening with TikTok. It's being kind of like weird because again, it kicked my back up multiple times. So I'll give the benefit of the doubt and say maybe that wasn't her. I'm hoping I'm hoping that the question of what is race didn't cause like a fight or flight situation. So Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in the chat for Janetta. Janetta for the $1 donation. Said, love the DBZ background. I can't believe I didn't notice it sooner. Yes. Specifically, background is dope. It is in place to secure the dopeness of the background. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background? Dina.
Little thing for the cup.
I don't think Dina meant to actually request up. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. We need to have America. We need to have an honest moment, and I think it's super important that we actually bring this to the forefront. And when I say an honest moment, I'm talking a different. There's multiple groups that we have to have this honest moment with. First and foremost, we have to have this honest moment with Republicans. Republicans, stupidity is home. Stupidity is absolutely home in a multitude of ways, and not just talking about the people that vote Republican, but literally the Republicans that are in power. Stupidity is home. Moderate Democrats, if you're someone who deems yourself to be a moderate Democrat and you think that there is middle ground, that's bullshit. There's no such middle ground, and you're just aligning yourself with the fascists. Period. The next group that we have to talk about, white men. And there was a great example of that earlier where AG proved that he is literally a coward. He's a coward. He just wanted to cry, whine, complain, and cry, and call me racist, and then run. So, yeah, you guys are cowards, not victims. White women, it's super important that we have this conversation. You guys will prioritize comfort ahead of everything, ahead of progress, ahead of your family, ahead of any and everything. So we have to talk about that. I know it may be uncomfortable, but I think it's necessary. Last but not least, FBA, Foundational Black Americans, BLAGA, Black MAGA. Anyone who deems to be a Black conservative, Black Republican, you are literally the weakest link. You are the weakest link, and you are someone that Harriet Tubman kept the pistol for. And there's no way that you can prove me wrong or prove to me that you're not the reason why Black progress is not a thing. So that being said, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, and you want to debate me, all you have to do is click that link. You don't even have to leave where you are. The only thing you have to do is actually click that link and you can come up. Hi, Ken Sky, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Kinski,
I'm sorry. Kinski, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Am I a Trump supporter?
Or disagree with anything on
I'm
the background?
Irish.
You're Irish?
I'm Irish.
What'd you request up for?
Why, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm the host. What did you request up for?
No, just to have a chat. Do you want to have a chat with an Irish woman?
What do you think I'm doing here right now?
I don't know. What are you doing?
How long have you been in the live?
About 10 seconds.
And so you came into a live 10 seconds and just hit the request?
Yeah.
Why?
For the laugh. Because I'm Irish.
You said for the laugh?
Yeah.
Do you think you're the main character?
No. Not at
Why
all.
do you keep stating because I'm Irish as if that's like some type of flex?
No, it isn't. If you want to drop me, drop me.
Oh, I will. I mean, don't worry, that's coming. I'm just
If you
trying to
can't have a
understand you prior
conversation, that's
to.
fine.
Oh, I can have a conversation. I mean, like literally, that's what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to understand your logic. Again, what you didn't read the room, obviously. You also didn't read the background. You just came in, hit the request button. And so that's why I said, do you think you're the main character? I'm just trying to understand your lot in life as far as how you approach things.
No, I'd never said I was the main character.
So if you don't think that you're the main character, then why would you scroll into a TikTok live and just immediately hit the request button without, taking a moment to see what the live is about.
I wanted to have a chat with you.
About what?
Ooh, Trump.
Why should I talk to you about Donald Trump?
Oh, go away.
This is a legitimate question. Why should I talk to you about Donald Trump?
Why do you want to talk about Donald Trump?
That's not the question, and you don't answer a question with a question. My question is, why should I talk to you about Donald Trump?
Because you're talking about Donald Trump, aren't you?
Yeah, but why should I talk to you about Donald Trump?
Because I'm Irish and I was married to an American.
You keep saying that I'm Irish, and I don't I don't know if you think
that
that's how. I hear you.
Years.
I hear you, but you keep saying. Let me just make sure I make this. Let me just make sure I make this clear. We know that you're Irish. You don't have to say that again. And I'm telling you that holds no weight. So use. Oh, come on now. Come on now.
Oh, shut up.
Don't be butthurt.
Oh, shut up.
I'm going to mute you because I'm really, really, really trying not to be rude. And I was almost really rude, but I don't want to be rude. So I'm going to bring it back down. I'm going to send you a request so you can come off mute. I'm going to let you know that you saying that you're Irish is not any type of prerequisite. It does not give any type of validity. It does not invoke any type of trepidation or reverence. Like, we don't care. So I'm going to give you the question one more time. Why should I talk to you about Donald Trump?
Because you're talking about Donald Trump.
That's not a reason why I should talk. Listen, FYI, you're in front of, let's look, a total of almost 3,000 people right now. Like a total of 3,000 people. There's plenty of people sitting here listening to me talk about Donald Trump, but that does not mean that they request up to talk about Donald Trump. So the specific question that I have is for you, not for me, not for me. The question, I'm sorry?
It's actually 1,800.
Yeah, I said the total. You're not just on TikTok right now, you donut. You're on TikTok, Kick, Twitch, Instagram, YouTube. You're everywhere. The people are listening to you be stupid in real time across so many different platforms. Now I need you to lock in and answer the question. Why should I specifically talk to you? Did you just
turn around and call me stupid?
I did. I'm glad that you caught it. Anyway, the question is, why should I talk to you specifically about Donald Trump?
No, talk away yourself about Donald Trump. Do. Go on.
I don't think you know how to answer a question. Oh, yeah. People are listening. See, but the difference between the people that are listening and you is that you made the decision to scroll into a TikTok live. It was in here for 10 seconds, didn't read the room, didn't read the background, and just requested up because you're Irish.
No, I didn't. You did. Request up just because I'm Irish.
That's the only thing. That's literally the only thing that you brought to this entire conversation so far is the fact that you're Irish.
Really?
Give me one other thing that you've added to the conversation. Give me one thing that you've added to this conversation that does not
keep talking then. Keep talking.
So I'm gonna mute you because I don't know like if it's impulse control issues or like if it's because you're Irish, but it seems like you have a problem with allowing me to finish my sentence. So I just muted you, and I'm going to send you a request to come off mute. Can you tell me one other thing that you've added to this conversation outside of the statement, I'm Irish? Send you a request to come off mute. I don't think she knows how to use the mute button. And she wondered why I call her stupid. All right, we're going to keep it moving. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat or we'll read that out. W's in the chat for Kimberly. Thank you so much for that $10 donation. I know, I see it. I'm holding off, but yeah, we're gonna check it out. W's in the chat for Dragon for the $4.99 donation. And Trump said people with disabilities can't do great things. I was giving out a recent example. All good. Yeah, he did. He said that he didn't think Gavin Newsom should be president because he has dyslexia, which that's fucked. All right, but that's who Trump is. W's in the chat for that donation. Also, let's see here. W's in the chat for Cassie, who subscribed over on Twitch with their Amazon Prime. W's in the chat for Pauline, who subscribed over on Twitch with their Amazon Prime. W's in the chat for Manders, who sent the 1 bit and said, the last guy didn't give a F about Americans and how they're living, just whether they're being monitored or not. Yeah, Patriot Act sucks, but at the bottom of it all is a list of concerns. Correct. That was in the chat for Alusher, I think that's pronounced, for the $12 bits. I'm sorry, the 12 bits. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen, share the live. 1.8 thousand people watching here on TikTok. Look up here, guys. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hey, that was in the chat, Craft Weaver. That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We go live all the time, and we're on our way to 200,000 followers. So, guys, please hit that follow button. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yes, I disagree.
Okay. What point do you disagree with?
Moderate Dems middle ground is a BS.
Okay. So would you consider yourself to be a moderate Democrat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when you say moderate Democrat, do you can you explain to me your position on either things that you think that you would compromise with when it comes to the Republicans, or things that you think we should work with them on, or you agree with us working with them on, things like that? Just give me a little bit of understanding of your perspective.
Yeah, so the perspective I have is that Democrats and Republicans can work on creating neolibertarianism as the #1 political party. I'm going to keep annoying you because you're not a neolibertarian. You need to, both parties are corrupt.
You're not funny. Like, holy shit, you're not funny. It's weird that you think it's funny. At this point, like, it's sad. I mean, honestly, at this point, it's actually sad. Like, at this point, I actually feel bad for you. Holy fuck. What are we even doing? Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Kick, and you would like to debate me, you can do so by clicking the link. You do not have to leave where you are. The only thing you have to do is click that link, and we can get you up here for some debates. Tiger, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Tiger, did you know you're the one that inspired this background?
Really?
Yeah, I was talking about this when I first rolled it out. The fact that, like, you and I talked, and I had never spoken with a Trump supporter who was actually honest about the things before speaking with you. And I said, well, I disagreed with you on, like, so much. Like, you were actually honest about the things. And so after you and I conversation, our last debate, I came up with this background, and I've been debating this ever since.
Oh, great. Yeah, so I contributed some lives.
You did.
Banned from a good 3 or 4, but
you literally, a lot of Trump supporters or whatever come up here and it's like, oh, you know, I'm adding, or I bring something, like, and they never do, but you literally actually brought something to this live.
Oh, great. Well, I appreciate it. Well, I disagree with everything, the 5 points.
No, but, you can't disagree with all of them. You're not black, and are you a woman?
Well, I can comment on them.
If you can comment on white men are cowards, I should be able to comment on.
No, they can't. They
flag.
can't. I don't let anyone that doesn't belong to those actual groups speak for those groups. So
the FBA Blaga topic we're not allowed to speak on?
No, not that one, or the white woman one, or the Democrat one. Just like I wouldn't let a white woman speak on the white men, or black people speak on the white man or the white woman, or topics like I don't do that.
I think that's kind of foolish because we vote for those.
Oh no,
things,
I understand.
It's
I
your
understand.
life.
Like my whole thing is just I don't find value in having a conversation with someone who doesn't belong to said like category or group or whatever, just because there's no true representation. I'm not saying that you don't have an actual intellectual point that you can articulate. I'm just saying like I think about dealing with people who have skin in the game. Okay.
Well, I guess we could talk Republican stupidity is home. Okay, so let's go with that one.
Yeah.
How is stupidity home for Republicans?
Yeah. There is basically two prongs when it comes to Republicans. One, it's the Republicans who actually don't engage in reality. And when I say don't engage in reality, meaning they just like don't listen to facts, information. They disagree with any type of empirical data. And they say things like, oh, gas prices, they're low. And even though gas prices have been going up, and then they shifted that goalpost and said, well, yeah, gas prices are up, but it's only because of the war, while, not thinking about Donald Trump starting the war. And then they shifted that goalpost one more time to, well, you guys are complaining about paying like $25 extra in gas prices. You need to either get your money up, or they say, well, you weren't complaining about gas prices under Biden. And so they do things like that without engaging in reality. And no matter like the information laid out in front of them, they still just dig into their comfort zone. But then also there's the Republicans that are in power who weaponize their stupidity. And so understanding that they don't need empirics, they don't need facts, they don't need results. They just need to drive the feelings of those people. They exploit those feelings in order to create their own gains. So that's why I say stupidity is home. It's a comfortable place for them.
Well, wouldn't you say that all members of a political party will go to the end of the earth to defend their leader at the time? No. AKA with Biden. I mean, what was going on with him? And I guess we defend Trump to the end too, even when we know that we're in the wrong.
No, I don't even agree with that on Trump's position as well. Like, I think that's a false dichotomy as far as like people and politicians. I do think that there's absolutely, and there's been enough evidence to show the Republicans and Democrats have pushed back on like the leadership in power. Now, there's a difference between what happens when those people push back, but I wouldn't even agree with that on the Republican side.
So you're saying that Trump supporters, the ones you get up here, have not just like you said with the gas prices, they bitched and complained about it during Biden, but then now that Trump raised the prices with this Iran war, they say, well, just get your money up or something like that. That's a complete
or one of the best examples is so I was debating someone and they were saying like they're not going to blame Donald Trump for increased prices. And then at the same time, I walked them through the understanding of like the tariffs, in which they admitted tariffs. They admitted prices are up because of tariffs. They admitted the negative impacts of tariffs. And they then drew the line in the sand and said, I won't blame Donald Trump for the tariffs. And I'm like, well, Donald Trump's the one that implemented the tariffs, which increased the prices, which you don't like. And no matter them understanding that the tariffs were direct impacts on the increased prices, and then also admitting that the impact prices is something that they don't like. And while understanding that Trump implemented the tariffs, they still wouldn't blame Trump for the increased prices for the tariffs. So like, that's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, there's things that are objectively like, okay, like tariffs objectively raise prices on some things, but it's not enough to make them ever really change their vote. That's why, like, unless there's like a major policy that Trump enacts that directly affects them, no MAGA person is ever going to change their vote because the things that they do agree with him on are so important to them that, you know, you could be right on tariffs. You could be right about this Iran war. But, you know, the things why they like Trump are more important than pretty much anything, even if it goes against their own pocketbook.
Well, but then doesn't that highlight the actual point that I'm making, that stupidity is home? Because if you're willing to blindly follow someone while having facts and even being negatively impacted, unless there's some type of cataclysmic event that you're willing to continue to believe in, that's stupidity. Because even when you talk about the things they believe in, those things aren't rooted in like facts. It's rooted in feelings. I mean, they talk about the transgender community. They talk about black people, brown people. They talk about all of these things that have no quantifiable issues, right? They talk about, like, you know, abortion, but those things don't have any quantifiable implications. It's just how they feel about those things.
Well, I know, but you know, their feelings is their unique perspective. I feel the same way. You know, again, well, I'm not allowed to speak on white women. I think white women vote against their interests sometimes in terms of safety. A lot of white women, you know, will go above and beyond, advocate for communities, and they get unalived by them, which we see that sometimes with, you know, undocumented people, or, you know.
It's okay. You don't have to mute him. I was listening to make sure that he didn't go too far as speaking for them. We're good.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's just we criticize groups.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, let me push back on that for a second. I would say that the majority of people that voted for Donald Trump voted against their best interests. The only group or section that I would say that voted for Donald Trump is that has tangibly benefited is the ultra wealthy. So
that's okay. That's like 1% of the country. So you're saying the other 40, let's just say it was a 50-50 election. What was it 51-49? So the other 50% of people just totally got it wrong.
It wasn't even like, 51-49. It was like 49 point something versus like 49 point something, like less. Neither one of them got 50%, but yeah, like
49-49, like, you know,
right. The majority of the people that voted for Donald Trump voted against their best interest. Yes.
Even white cis men.
Yes.
Well, all right. Well, let's dig into that.
Well, yeah. So let's talk about it, because this is something that, like, recently, like, it hit me in the face with a ton of bricks, because I was saying, like, you know, like, if you were a straight white man in America, you're the only one that's kind of benefiting. But when you take a look at the multitude of factors that Donald Trump has negatively impacted people, even straight white men in America are now negatively impacted by Donald Trump. You could talk about the way that he has crashed the economy. You could talk about the way that he has specifically made the country less safe by engaging in wars. But the one thing that I really focused on is, like, his voter base, right? I think you and I can agree that the large majority of his voter base is made up of white people.
Yeah, of course. But then there's also the new phenomenon, which I'm trying my little heart out, is the white proximity group, because those are pretty much showing people we're able to get now.
Right, which, like, I mean, I get it, and I'm gonna, like, I'm focusing and I'm doing big picture.
Okay, well, yeah,
and
let's talk about
showing you how I get there. So white people, in which, to be fair, white people make up the large majority of both voter bases, because they're currently the majority in the country. And so when you start to take a look at white people that voted for Donald Trump, can we both agree that Republican-held states, the majority of the Republican-held states, within those states, that there are large swaths of rural areas?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, perfect. And not only speaking on the rural areas, but speaking on the fact that the large percentage of Donald Trump's voter base are also people with high school diplomas or less, meaning they have, like, GEDs or didn't graduate high school.
A lot of them.
Yeah, and which in turn
maybe the majority.
Yeah, which in turns equal out to being lower income earners. The person with at least a bachelor's level degree on average makes more than $1 million in their lifetime than someone without a degree.
Yeah.
So they tend to be lower earners, and so they tend to live in these rural areas while being lower earners. And the thing that Donald Trump has directly done was the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill, right? And the One Big Beautiful Bill has two direct impacts on those people that make up a large swath of their voter base. Number one, that was the largest transfer of wealth in United States history, which has increased the wealth gap and pushed more people into poverty. Did you know about that?
Well, I think the biggest one was the COVID bills. That increased the wealth gap massively with the super rich, and it got. Well, I thought the Rescue Act that again he passed in 2020 made the wealth gap even bigger because
no. The two biggest things that have added to the debt and increased the wealth gap has been the TCJA, the Tax Cuts and Job Act, and then the One Big Beautiful Bill that also had the extensions in it. So those things happen and pass. Now, the interesting thing about that is the second thing that's interesting about the One Big Beautiful Bill is the impacts that it had on the medical industry, right? So since the passing of the One Big Beautiful Bill, and this is as of March, so I know we're at the end of May, but as of March, 17 million Americans have lost access to their healthcare coverage because of the removal of the subsidies that were the ACA subsidies and the One Big Beautiful Bill, removing those. Now, in tandem, the cuts that were made to Medicare and Medicaid has negatively impacted hospitals, specifically rural hospitals. And so 466 rural hospitals are on pace to close by the end of 2026, which those 466 rural hospitals treat 6.6 million patients in those rural areas. And they also employ 275,000 employees, right?
Okay.
And so since the large swath of Donald Trump's voter base are white people that live in these red states and specifically these rural areas, not necessarily the cities, but these rural areas, they're the ones being directly impacted by not only the widening wealth gap, but also the removal of those subsidies that kept the rural hospitals open. And so when you talk about rural hospitals closing, it creates a larger time frame that it takes for people to get medical treatment, and especially emergency treatment, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's going to have to atone for that. But again, if those people, if there's individual people, some rural town and in Georgia, and their hospital closed, and they can directly relate that to President Trump and Republicans, then that would be an issue potentially that would either make them stay home, be upset, or vote for a Democrat.
Right.
I'm just not seeing the data.
Wait, hold on.
The voter data yet.
But that's not the point that I'm making, right? I'm not getting to that. The point that I'm lining up, and I'm almost there. The point that I'm lining up is that Donald Trump is harming everyone that voted for him or that supports him except the ultra wealthy. And you were saying white men, and I'm telling you how this breaks down to white men. So we started up as far as like his voter base, where they live, how much they make, rural areas, in the closing. The last point that I have to drive home, do you know the only race within the United States of America that has a trending age increase to their population?
No, I don't know.
White people. White people is the only race within our country who has a aging population, meaning that the average age of white people within the United States of America is getting older because they're not having kids. Every other category, because like people say, oh, that there's a birth crisis within the United States of America, our birth rates are declining. Yeah, technically birth rates aren't declining, but that's because white people are currently the majority, and other racial demographics, their birth rates have increased, but the white birth rate has decreased. And therefore, the actual average age for white people is getting older. Actually, as of right now, it's on track by 2050 that white people will no longer be the majority group in the country, but they'll be the minority group. But with that being said, their average age is getting older. So if the average age is getting older and a large swath of his supporters are white people, older white people who live in these rural areas, and now these rural areas not only have been negatively impacted by the transfer of wealth, but also the closing of their local medical facilities. They have less access to treatment, less funds to continue to get that treatment if as necessary, and in emergency situations are more likely to die due to how far away it is for them to get any type of emergency treatment, and also with their increasing age. So therefore, Donald Trump is negatively killing his voter base and negatively impacting every single demographic that voted for him except the ultra wealthy.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't, that's something that you can study. I don't know, like, how much, and maybe they are. Maybe behind the scenes, they're mapping this stuff out, said, oh my gosh, there's, white people are being older, they're not having many kids. What are we going to do? But, I still want to go back to, I want to address your point. There's different reasons why people aren't having kids. A, because it's, very expensive to have kids. B, because having kids can kind of ruin your life unless you do it the right way. And C, a lot of people just do it out of wedlock, or they're not really planning it. So that's a whole different thing. And obviously there's, a little bit more. There's a little bit more interracial stuff. That's just how things are nowadays.
Well, let me say two things really quickly. One, I'll say, like, I don't disagree with, like, there could be other factors. I push back. I'm not saying that Donald Trump has a systematic plan to kill his voter base, but I am saying that he's directly causing his voter base to die in a multitude of ways. But also, two, I will say that, like, when you take a look at the factors, I mean, you talk about the issues about why people aren't having children, but if, like, you wanted to increase people having kids, then there's like a laundry list of things that we could do to address that and incentivize people to have kids. But I do want to call out the fact that the actual issue is the majority group in our country, white people, their birth rates are declining, while other racial categories, their birth rates are increasing. And in fact, the fastest increasing quote unquote racial demographic, which is not a racial demographic at this moment, but they're saying that they're planning on adding this to the next United States Census and making it an official category of race, are biracial people. The wedding rate for people for the interracial marriage since 2005 increased by 17%. And the people that are born that identify as biracial, meaning that their mother is one race and their father is another race, has exponentially increased over the last 20 years. And one last thing, I will say this, guys. For anyone wondering why I know so much about this or why I have structured this argument, for the Jubilee episode that dropped today against Dave Rubin, that myself, Parker, Naima, Mason, Evan, all of us are on, David. For that episode, that was literally the point that I wanted to debate him on if he would have picked me for the last 10-minute debate, which he didn't. And after we finished debating, I walked up to him and I looked him in the eyes and I told him, I said, don't worry, I wouldn't have debated me either. And then walked off. Anyway, that's the topic I wanted to debate him on. And that's why I actually have so much information about that one. I'm sorry. Anyway,
Santana, my response to that, if all the other groups of races aren't having a problem with, having kids, how do we get more white babies to have it be the same as the other groups?
White people? Yeah. I mean, white men. We got to address the issue with white men.
If there's too much money, this is actually one thing Charlie Kirk said that I didn't agree with at the time. I've kind of a little bit changed my chance on it. He said, just have kids. He said, it doesn't matter if, doesn't matter if you're broke, doesn't matter where you're at in life, just start having babies. Like, Charlie, you can't just put this $300,000 burden on somebody that still wants to go to school, maybe or maybe not married. He kind of said it just in a matter of just having kids is just some easy thing. And I'm like, it's not. I mean, I don't know if you have kids, Santana, but
yeah,
I've seen a lot of people go down after having kids. Dad runs away, they're violent, just all kinds of problems. So how would you, like I said, as a black man, how would you, what's your solution for white people having more babies?
Well, I mean, again, like, I think if you talk of, there's two questions at play. If you're talking about how do you incentivize all Americans to have more babies, then there's a laundry list of things that you can do that would incentivize all people within our country to have
don't have
more
a problem
kids.
with it.
Well, and that's what I was just about to say.
Problem.
That's what I was just about to say. So if you want to increase the birth rate period for the U.S., then there's things that you can do. But if you want to like somehow address white people not having babies with white people, you got to address the issues with white men.
You think it's a white men problem?
Yeah.
It could be. I mean, I don't know. It's just
so. This is the actual like not only my observation from dealing with white men, specifically young white men, but just the feedback information, things that I've been able to glean from studies, reports, and interactions with people. White men have reached a point where, and this is why it says, cowards, not victims. There's an actual premise that they have that, white men are being replaced, right? And so for the white men that for some reason think that they're being replaced and there's like some type of targeted plan to replace them, after talking about things that I talked to you about, they cite things like, quote unquote DEI. They cite things like the quote unquote queer agenda. They cite things like undocumented immigrants coming into the country, and they highlight and underscore all those things as an attack on white people, white men, white culture. And then they turn around and say that, hey, everyone else, every group is getting something except white men. Right. They say that everyone else is receiving something except us. And so what they're in turn doing is saying, instead of like, let's hold this mirror. There's two groups of white men in this country, right? The first group is the group that, like, people that I interact with, people that I would call my friends. They fall into this group. They are white men. They look at the issues and they say, you know what? I'm just going to work on being better, and I'm going to work on getting other white men to be better. Right. And so they fight for equity and equality. They fight for mental health, therapy. They fight for all of those things that would improve. And they fight for other white men to have a deeper level of understanding of intersectionality, things like that. But then the opposite end of the spectrum are the people who lean into being a groyper, an incel, red pill, black pill, the ones that actually say that, they're white nationalists or hell, even Nazis, right? They actually say, well, the only way for us to increase the white birth rate is to force women to stay at home, to remove their voting rights, to kick black and brown people out of the country, to make gay marriage illegal, to overturn Roe v. Wade so people are forced to have birth. They do all of those types of things. And so the large swath of white men that have that belief, they're really upset because they think about like their grandpa, right? And how their grandpa, who could have a 2-story home, a house, a wife and 2.5 kids with a white picket fence, and all the time have another family across the town with the same shit. And he did all of this while being a milkman, and they could live life like that unquestioned. They're upset that now that they can't do that because white women specifically, white women are now graduating and making right out of college the exact same amount as their counterpart, white men, when they graduate right out of college. So white women are making money. White women are also, Gen Z. There was another study that was published by AP where Gen Z women, single women, are outpacing Gen Z men as far as being homeowners, right? 38%, even though their first-time homeowner market is down, 38% of that first-time homeowner purchases were made by single Gen Z women, and men only made up about 18%. And so women are making more, specifically white women are making more. They're owning their own homes, which creates generational wealth. And so instead of them having to depend on white men, they're either, deciding to like do their own thing or look at their other options with other races and, have children with other races. That's why I mentioned like interracial marriage has spiked and the biracial birth rate has exploded. So if white men want to increase the white birth rate, they should move away from like the Christian nationalist ideology, the restrictions that they're trying to place on women and, you know, anyone else that's not a white man, and lean into those positive aspects that would like make them more attractive to white women.
Well, do you think that white people or white men are putting too much emphasis on the economics? Are they looking, okay, well, I can't afford the baby right now, so I'm going to wait 5 years, and I'm only going to have a baby if it's with the perfect person? I feel like white people like are almost scared to have kids.
I disagree with that. I think that because the messaging that's coming from those white people in power that want to force the birth rate to somehow increase, and so they're pushing the ideology of the far right. Like they're saying, just have kids. You brought it up yourself. Charlie Kirk is just like, just have kids, just have kids. And again, I think that like when you talk about increasing the birth rate as a whole, like I think that's a nationwide issue, and it should be addressed bipartisanly through a multitude of things. I don't think that's a race issue. I think that's just an economic issue. It's like the Japanese have a notoriously high Japanese people in Japan have a notoriously high age. They're barely having kids too. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, to be fair, that's a world issue. I just like it. Life is unaffordable. Capitalism is the reason, right? I mean, like, if we really want to get to the crux of the issue, it's fucking capitalism. Capitalism only. Did you know that the top 18 richest people in the world account for about 78% of the global wealth? Yeah. It's it's definitely an issue. Yeah, like it's capitalism. What up, Fee? It's capitalism. And it's also if we address that, then we can address a lot. I'll say one more thing about the babies. I feel like sometimes, like some of our grandpas, they married and they have 8 or 9 kids. And they have 8 or 9 white babies, and then here we are. We can barely afford one. Yeah. It's like, what the fuck do you do? You almost feel like you can't match him. He's got 7, 8 grandsons, or he's got some money, 2-story house, and you're like, okay, well, what the fuck? I can't even afford one. Well, but when that actually became a thing, though, right? You tell me. The Republicans, when Reagan pushed the ideology of trickle-down economics, right? Well, Reagan, like, overwhelmingly, completely destroyed the country, right? In a multitude of ways. One of the biggest ways, and there's a UK study that did a complete comprehensive breakdown of trickle-down economics and the impacts that it's had on the country since being implemented. And when you talk about that, that was the line of demarcation prior to Ronald Reagan pushing trickle-down economics. The actual federal minimum wage was parallel with the cost of living. Right. And so that's why people could have one job, households, or like just be a milkman or something and, have a decent living with a house, kids, all this other stuff. Yep. Femicide. You're absolutely right, Ari. But then after trickle down economics, where they said that, well, if you give the ultra wealthy the money and do all this other stuff, then like the ultra wealthy will pass it on. Well, they didn't do that. And that's where the cost of living skyrocketed. But the federal minimum wage since the implementation of trickle down economics has only been increased once. Right. And also, FYI, what year was that? I can tell you, it was when Reagan was in office. So it hasn't been increased since. It's been increased once. Oh, once. Okay. You know that year? It was under Obama. Like early 2000s? It was under Obama. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But right. You know what also happened with Reagan? No, tell me. Like overwhelmingly, state colleges were either free or very low cost, and like everyone could go to college prior to Reagan. Did you know that? Well, but no, I actually didn't know that. But then, like, explain to me, Santana, how he was so popular in like every state except for Minnesota. It's like because the way you describe him, he's a fucking movie star. Oh yeah, no, Reagan was horrible. Hey, but Reagan pumped booger sugar into the black community, destabilizing the black community, literally testing and trying to kill the black community specifically. Like, and I'm not even making this up. This is actually from declassified information from the CIA and the FBI. Like, they literally took drugs to the black communities in the middle of the night in crates and opened them up and left the drugs for the people to actually like take and all this other shit. But like, he was popular because prior to like him winning. He was a movie star. I mean, he was the governor of California. He had did all these movies, like, and I'm not saying, like, you called it out. Like, I always bring up the Reagan map, and the Reagan map is a fucking monster. And even black people, like, black people used to have a picture of Ronald Reagan hanging in their homes. If you ever watch Good Times, like, Florida Evans had a picture of Reagan hanging beside white Jesus, which is fucking mind blowing. But that's how black people perceive Reagan, because he was so popular, because he was a movie star. But then he did all this fucked up shit.
And they just kind of overlooked it because he was a star.
Yeah. And the reason why colleges and stuff was free, and why it's not free anymore, is because of racism. Like, the Reagan administration saw the amount of black people that started to attain higher education due to the accessibility. And so in order to stifle the accessibility of black people obtaining degrees, they put in different initiatives that force the privatization and the monetization of college, which putting that barrier of finances in place reduced the amount of black people that could access education. So, like, that's when college stopped being free, or either like super cheap.
Okay. Well, we all know it costs too much now.
Yeah. I agree.
Terrible. All right, man. Thanks for the conversation. I appreciate it.
No, listen, thank you. And again, I'll tell everybody else that's listening, guys, the reason why we have this topic right here is because of this person right here. Like, literally, he inspired
you hear that,
this
Michael?
background.
Unmuted. All right, I'll see you later.
All right, have a good one. Like, I'm dead ass serious. He's the only Trump supporter that I've talked to that's actually honest. It's fucking crazy. Like, fucking crazy. He's literally the only Trump supporter that I've talked to that's honest. It's wild. Like, fucking mind-blowing. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter that disagree with anything on the background. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Hi, Ryan. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No, I just wanted to say I agree with you on everything, man. And I mean, to an extent.
I appreciate you guys. Please, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. You can always drop a comment in the comment section. I read those all the times. You can, if it's important, you can get it to the mods, and if it, it's really important, they'll get it to me, or you can send a donation and I'll read that out or answer any questions. Like Kelly, that was in the chat for Kelly for the $3 donation. And my profile name is Mafia Babe, and I'm muted in the comments. I watch you every day. I don't know why I was muted. I'm not sure, Kelly, but we'll take a look at it and I'll get back to you. Debbie's in the chat for Hannah for the $1 donation. And thank you so much for educating me. As a white woman, I'm going to keep learning through you and other black people. Do you have any recommendations? Do you have a P.O. box? I would love to send you some maple syrup, maple butter, and maple fudge from Canada. I do have a P.O. box, and I would love that. If you go to the link tree in my bio, you can actually see, or you can send me an email and I'll give you the P.O. box. I definitely have a P.O. box, and yeah, I like free shit. My wife, management, doesn't like the fact that I like free shit, but I like free shit. Deb's in the chat for Marie for the $1 donation. Said, I'm sorry. He thinks just defend a politician because they're on the other side. The fuck? Still blows my mind. Blind loyalty they have, and now they treat it like a football game. Like, facts. W's in chat. Facts. W's in chat for J Hops for the $5 donation. Saying, Tiger, white women advocating for the abolishment of ICE is us against our best interest because of the brown people that have lost their lives. Then would you agree that cishet white men wanting kids to be created just to create more victims for them, right? Ooh, goddamn, J Hops. Facts. W's in the chat for Rachel for the $5 donation. Saying white men are trash. We don't want babies with them. Rachel, I wouldn't say trash, but listen, Rachel, the only way that they're going to entice more people to touch them is if they become better. W's in the chat for Rachel. Goddamn. W's in the chat for Fashi for the $10 donation. Saying, good afternoon, brother Santana. I saw your Jubilee video and it's phenomenal. Oh, don't tell me about it. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that $10 donation. I got to stop reading it. W's in the chat for Larissa for the $2 donation saying Japan has widely misogynistic culture that forces women out of the workforce when they get married. So women aren't getting married and having kids to push back on that. Let's be real about the reason that the birth rate plummeted. Tiger, it's because of, and I'm assuming you're gonna say white men, but your message is cut off. I agree. W's in the chat for the 2. W's in the chat for Junior for the $1 donation saying, again with the Charlie Kirk, let that man burn in peace. Also, I have a weird question. Is there such a thing as being multi-ethnic? You know what? That's a good question for the people that are in the chat that are smarter than me. I would say yes, because ethnicity can be made up of a couple thing. I don't know. For the people that are smarter than me, I can go look it up, but you know, I know there's no such thing as like multiracial, but you know, there's that. W's in the chat for Junior as far as the $1 donation, and the real reason birth rates are down, people are swallowing more kids. God damn it, Junior. W's in the chat for Angie for the $1 donation saying, after years of abuse, I left my husband, healed emotionally and physically, never wanted a relationship again. 8 years later, I'm dating an indigenous man and get the respect and love I deserve. Like literally, it's a thing. It's literally a thing. W's in the chat for Angie. Thank you so much for the one. And last, hold on. Actually, I think we're all caught up. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube and you like to support, you can do so by sending a super chat. And I will read that out. I don't think this person is going to load. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Also, 1.8 thousand people watching over on TikTok. Look up at the top, hit that follow button. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. If you have not followed, hit that follow button, turn on notifications. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I was more disagreeing with a lot of the stuff you were talking. It seemed like you were blaming a lot of stuff on capitalism and white men and trickle-down economics. That's more what I was disagreeing with. Maybe not specifically what's on your background.
Okay. Which point did I state that you specifically disagree with, where you would like to start?
It sounded like you were blaming trickle-down economics, like on house pricing. Maybe I misheard that. I'm working, doing paperwork while I'm listening, so maybe I heard that wrong. But it sounded like you were blaming stuff like the cost of living or house pricing being so high on trickle-down economics.
No, what I said specifically is that prior to trickle-down economics, the cost of living was in parallel with the federal minimum wage. And then since the actual quote unquote implementation of trickle down economics since the Reagan administration, where they coalesce the power at the top and expect them to actually pass on the funds, not only have they not quote unquote trickled it down, but the federal minimum wage has remained pretty much stagnant and the cost of living has skyrocketed. So the point being, prior to them implementing this, they were like hand in hand.
So would you agree or disagree? I mean, a lot of countries outside of the United States are having similar problems with wages not keeping up with prices.
Yeah, but that's capitalism.
But they don't have trickle-down economics in these other countries.
Yeah, no. I'm saying that's capitalism, right? I mean, me talking about trickle-down economics is talking about the inflection point within our country where we saw the actual shift, right? But when you talk about like the disparities, not only within the United States, but across the globe, it's literally capitalism. Capitalism is a self-consuming entity that only benefits the ultra wealthy. And unless you're an ultra wealthy person, like there's nothing that you can actually substantially gain via capitalism. Like you're part of the proletariat. And so like that's why I talk about the fact that the 18 richest people in the world hold about 98% of the world wealth, right? I mean, like that's the facts of it.
I agree. That's a fact. So I guess my thing is, isn't capitalism what's helped create millions and millions of jobs around the world? So maybe the worker is not becoming wealthy like the owner, but doesn't that provide jobs by capitalism creating jobs?
No, because if you look at like socialist societies, or hell, even if there was a push towards a communistic society, there would still be people that would work. I mean, it would just be a difference as far as who owns the fruits of said labor. right? Socialist societies, the workers would have a shared interest in the production. In a capitalistic society, then all gains would be spread amongst the proletariat and not coalesced by the bourgeoisie. So, like, I mean, there's still going to be a need for not only jobs, workers, innovation, like all of these other things that people try to attribute to capitalism literally would happen under socialism or communism. So that's not true.
So this is where I get always confused. I do investments for a living. I do a lot of retirees, retirement planning. So I see someone who starts at a company, I'm going to say Exxon, and they're not making much money when they're 20 years old, but they stay there for 40 years. And they end up retiring with like $5 million because they stayed at the same company. They never owned a company, but it was very good that Exxon existed for them because they were able to invest in their retirement plan and get stock from the company and everything. So, I mean, that's a worker becoming wealthy. How is that a bad thing?
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about the actual times past, right? Yeah, that was something that was more sustainable within the United States of America. That's why you saw a lot of people who went into these companies and they retired and got a Rolex and all this other stuff, right? But now companies, after receiving like tax break after tax break after tax break, right? Lowering of the actual corporate taxes and the incentivization, holy smokes. They've incentivized the companies to generate more profits, and with like the elimination of God damn it, what is it called? Not 401ks. What's the other thing that's like less prominent?
Pensions.
Pensions. Yes. Yeah. A lot of companies shifted away from like pensions. Pensions were overwhelmingly beneficial, way more than like 401ks. And so you see people. You see companies that maximize profits, who has been hyperfixated on like record-breaking profits. And so they've stopped investing in the employees and stopped providing like actual ways to maintain and grow, right? And then even more so, you take a look at the way that like market manipulation has been done, where like people can do like mutual funds or index funds or whatever, things like that, and can like steadily grow. But like outside of that, with people not having money to store away because of the increased cost of living, like they can't invest it into their future. And so they have to make that decision. Am I going to invest in my future, or am I going to eat today? And that's where we've gotten due to capitalism.
I guess I don't understand how the capitalism is the boogeyman here, though. I mean, so you're saying capitalism, okay, you're saying so companies cut employees, obviously that happens, and they're doing it to make themselves more profitable. Exxon is a great example. Every year they call the lower 2 to 4% of their employees based on just employee reviews and all that. So they're always keeping their good employees and getting rid of not good. And I mean, it's not unusual for someone who started working there 10 years ago to still be working there if they're part of the top 90% of good employees. So I just don't understand how capitalism is the boogeyman. And just so you know, I'm not a Trump voter. I'm a Republican who did not vote for Trump because Trump's a dirtbag the last 2 times. Obviously, I could not because I'm a good human being. I take that back. I just could not vote for him. He's a bad person. Let's just say that. So,
and I'll preface this by saying I'm not a communist, but I have been reading a lot of Marx and Frantz Fanon. So, I'm trying to have a deeper understanding. But the one thing that I will say, when you talk about like capitalism and how it's the quote unquote boogeyman, it's really like the exploitation of the proletariat, right? I mean, it's the need for a free and cheap labor class, right? And so while there is a need for a free and cheap labor class to continue to actually funnel the funds and the resources to the ultra wealthy, there's no tangible way to actually have social mobility unless there's another buffer class introduced, right? That the reason why people rail against like undocumented immigrants coming into the country and saying, oh, they're getting this and that and whatever. Well, hell, the only reason that there's been like a different level of, people that have been able to grow somewhat, not only through innovation, all this other stuff, but it's because this buffer class has been introduced of undocumented immigrants, and they're treated as less than, they're treated as an actual like class that, while being targeted, and vilified, they're also being exploited because of their free or cheap labor, and then also the amount of taxes they contribute to the country, which bolsters capitalism. But when you talk about I'll give you a specific example. One of my favorite things to watch is wrestling, right? I grew up watching wrestling. I watched it with my dad, and that was something that always stuck with me. But then like the WWE is the dominant wrestling entity today. And they make profits hand over fist, right? Like year after year, quarter after quarter. And so one thing that they actually made a decision to do, because they came to a position where they were making record-breaking profits every quarter, and they were in jeopardy of not making record-breaking profits again. So they took their employees and they started cutting. They told like the wrestlers, hey, you have this huge contract and I need you to either take a pay cut or we're just going to release you and void the contract. And so they did like mass firings. They cut a lot of people contracts, not because they were in jeopardy of like any type of financial loss. It's just because they were in jeopardy of not making record breaker profits for a quarter. And you see that across a multitude of industries, even when like prior to Donald Trump coming in office, right? After Donald Trump won the 2024 presidential election, and corporations knew that he was going to go through the process of implementing universal tariffs, they stopped giving like Christmas bonuses. They stopped giving like the beginning of the year bonuses. They cut their employee base and they stockpiled their inventory to try to ensure that they could get through one quarter of Donald Trump's tariffs without like having an impact to their profits. Well, of course, his tariffs lasted longer and it's impacted them to the point where they've had to buy more inventory. Prices gone up. They pass on the costs and they fire people. So but that's capitalism.
Okay, so you sort of transitioned a little bit into tariffs.
Well, no, I was just giving the example as far as how capitalism deems that everything else is sacrifice except profits. So, and since everything within capitalism is something that can be sacrificed, whether it be the proletariat, whether it be the environment, whether it be like world relations, it's willing to sacrifice everything for profits for the bourgeoisie. And that's the point that I'm making. So I was only bringing up tariffs to give you a specific example.
Got it. Okay, so like China is not. Do you agree China is not a pure capitalism country?
No, but I mean they are about capitalism. Capitalism is the main driver for the world. Like there's no country that is a actual communistic country. So right. It's capitalism for the world.
So they have they do horrible things to their environment versus what we do over here in the United States. Okay, so with all these countries that are closer to communism or closer to socialism, those countries have not created the kind of wealth that the United States has created.
Okay.
Do you agree or disagree?
Well, I mean, there's no country close to communism, but if you talk about socialistic societies, I mean, sure, but like, I don't think that having this massive amount of wealth is anything to brag about. Think about it. The United States of America has the largest GDP in the world. We also have the largest military budget in the world. Like, not only do we have the largest military budget in the world, if you take the next 14 military budgets and you combine them, they're still not larger than the United States military budget. If you take the current United States military budget and cut it in half, the United States of America still has the largest military budget by $500 billion, right? And then now this administration is advocating for increasing the military budget to $1.5 trillion, right? But at the same time, the increases that they're advocating for going to not only would increase the military budget, but they're going to take the money away from different entities that currently support like everyday Americans, different government subsidies, different programs, different initiatives like healthcare, environmental, farming, all this other stuff, right? So you can talk about the fact that the United States of America absolutely is a capitalistic society that is maximizing capitalism. But if you take a look at the health and well-being of the people, like the United States people are overwhelmingly negatively impacted, right? Do you know what the happiness index is?
Yeah, I know we're nowhere near the top. I mean, I know that.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like you're getting away from capitalism. I'm not sure where the whole military thing has to do with capitalism. Yeah, I agree. We spend too much on our military. But
wait. You don't know what the military has to do with capitalism?
Well, I know that obviously there's companies that build stuff for the military and they make money off of it.
Hold on one second. When did the United States shift towards a military industrial complex?
I thought it was sometime during the North or the Korean War or the Vietnam War, maybe, is what I would guess. Was that prior to World War II more?
It was actually, so I say World War II. There's some people who push back on and say that it's been that way since World War I, but World War II. In my opinion, World War II is more tangible. But since then, the United States of America has been an actual military industrial complex that has sustained our actual society and our country based off of the perpetuation of war and the creation of military equipment. The United States shifted away from the gold standard. What currently backs the U.S. dollar?
Nothing. We got off the gold standard in the 70s.
Right, but there is something, confidence.
Well, our
confidence. Confidence is again, but the confidence is in the United States military, right? Literally the ability for the United States of America to manufacture military equipment, to respond to global threats and this, that, and the third. And so the driving factor of the US dollar has been backed by the United States military. So when you say, like, what does, the military have to do with capitalism? Well, the driving force behind capitalism is the military. The driving force behind the military within the United States is capitalism. The driving force behind capitalism is racism. So that's a whole different thing. But that's why I brought up the military to actually highlight the fact that the United States is putting more. They make so much money. The GDP is massive. They take the GDP and they focus on like the military while not focusing on everyday Americans. So the through point that I was trying to make is you talk about those socialistic societies that don't have, they're not maximizing profit or their GDP, but they have happier citizens because their citizens are prioritized versus the United States of America, where we have a higher GDP, but our citizens are marginalized. And that's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, you can say a lot of these European countries are happier with their more socialistic models, but there's a lot of other countries in South America and Asia that are not very happy with their socialistic societies. So,
name one country that's actually based off of a socialistic society and not just calling themselves socialists, and that's highlighted by like dictators.
Well, there's no pure socialistic society. There is not one.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying name one actual country that's highlighted that claims to be socialist and, follows like maybe some of those Nordic countries that aren't led by dictators.
I see what you're saying. The dictators makes the difference in this situation, is what you're saying.
Just like, when you people say, oh, North Korea is communist. No, I mean, like Kim Jong-un is a dictator. He just hides behind the title of communism.
I hear you. Okay, go back to capitalism is racist. Help me understand that.
Oh, yeah. Easy. Why was race created?
So one group can take advantage of the other group?
Mm-mm.
I don't know that.
Now, do you know when race was created?
Racism? I'm going to guess.
No, not racism, race.
Oh, I do not know. No, I do not.
It was created by a Portuguese man who chronicled for Prince Henry the Navigator. His name was Gomes Inês de Zerara. And he actually created the categorization of race by saying that the black people that he came across were animalistic, they were hypersexual, they were of the lower hemisphere, meaning like not as smart, and they needed to be civilized, and that created the justification of chattel slavery. The Catholic Church published 2 papal bulls that actually gave said justification to the other European countries to engage in chattel slavery. And the driving reason why chattel slavery was necessary was capitalism. Once you got to the Americas, the first thing that was ever traded on the New York Stock Exchange were black people. Like literally, black people were the first form of capitalism that was created to be traded here within the United States of America. And even if you take a look at the way that it works, capitalism has continued to grow and be sustained by the racist acts of trying to disenfranchise black people to exploit them for a free and cheap labor class. One other thing that I always try to bring to people's attention, because like I think a lot of people think that, oh, you know, I talk about racism and I say racism is bad for like black people, whatever, but racism is bad for everyone. And when I say like racism is bad for everyone, like that's not me saying that, that's literally the people who have the power saying that. Do you know who LBJ was?
The president? Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what he said about capitalism?
I do not.
Okay. Or I'm sorry, about racism and capitalism. Sorry.
I do not.
Okay. This is the quote from LBJ. If you convince the lowest white man that he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. So he said, as long as you actually keep the hyperfixation on race and how even if you are like a super poor white person, at least you're not black, that allows them to find some type of, you know, solace in being poor and justification in poor because they're white.
And I agree. I feel that falls under racism, but that doesn't have to do with capitalism, though. I mean, capitalism is a private ownership of companies.
Can you read that for me one more time?
I don't understand his that.
No, hold on.
Quote.
Can you read what's on the background one more time?
My eyes were closed. Sorry. Yep. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. He'll give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pocket for you. Lyndon B. Johnson.
Okay, so tell me what that means.
That a poor white man will be okay being a poor white man as long as he feels he's more powerful or better than some other race.
Yes, so a poor white man, as long as you can convince a poor white man that he's better than a rich black man, he's okay with being poor. Because if he realizes that capitalism is keeping him poor, his race won't matter. But he finds pride in his race, and it actually gives him coverage for being poor. It's literally a banana in the tailpipe. Like they're saying, like, hey, don't worry about capitalism. It's, you know, race. That's the issue.
You ever see Beverly Hills Cop?
Yes, I've seen Beverly Hills Cops.
Whenever you mention the banana and the tailpipe, my brain always thinks of that. That was a very good movie.
Got it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to distract. No. Okay, I agree with everything you just said there, except how that ties to capitalism. I understand that you're making the poor guy, white guy, being okay being poor white.
Okay, how about the point of why race was created? Can we address that?
I guess I understand the whole poor rich concept. I don't understand.
No. Why did I say race was created by Gomez, Inez de Zurara?
That was when you were talking prior to the stock exchange. Basically, I mean, I was listening.
It was to create a free and cheap labor class.
Correct. Yes.
So the reason why people were categorized based off their socially acceptable phenotypical characteristics was to create a free and cheap labor class, which is the driver and the current backbone behind capitalism. That's how capitalism functions, by having a exploitation of the workforce and the free or cheap labor class. That's why federal minimum wage is so low, and they continue to do anything they can to make more profits because of capitalism. Like the exploitation of the workforce, the free and cheap labor class is literally a thing today, and that's literally why race was started.
So
you see the through line?
I see what you're saying. So let's say you have a socialistic country where the government owns the means of production, and they have a cheap labor force. Would that government
socialism? There's no. That's not how socialism works.
Let's say any other model besides capitalism. If they had a cheap labor force, would that benefit them?
That's not how it works. If you talk about socialism or communism, there's no quote unquote cheap labor force, because like in socialism, the workforce actually controls the means of production, and so they get the benefits of it. In communism, they own the mean of productions, and so like it's distributed amongst the proletariat. So like there's no free or cheap labor class in a true socialist or communist society.
But I don't think there is ever a true socialistic or communist society. I mean, we're in what place
and I've already agreed on that, but that like you keep saying like, would there still be that? And I'm saying, no, it wouldn't be that, even though there's no current like true socialist or communist society. Even within socialism or communism, you can't exploit the labor class because of the way that the society should be that's established to benefit the proletariat.
So, I mean, in that society, does the doctor get paid the exact same amount as the guy that sweeps the streets?
No.
So wouldn't that society benefit from a labor force that's willing to work for lower income?
No.
Like, I guess so I don't understand it's just
the issue is for some reason people think that like, oh, communism means that, you know, there's people cannot work and like they have all this money and all this other stuff. In socialism and communism, people can do better than other people. Absolutely. But the issue is that people can't do exceedingly better than everyone else where they can hoard resources. There's no premise of being able to amass so much wealth that you have not only an excess, but other people are disenfranchised by you having said excess. That's what it is. Right. I mean, there's still people that will work, that will do well, that will live well. Those societies create a floor. Like those societies create a floor and they also create a ceiling. And so no one is like, you know, oh, you know, I'm ultra poor, I can't eat. And then you got like fucking Elon Musk walking around. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, we need guardrails. And bottom line, I believe in capitalism with guardrails. I don't necessarily believe in putting a cap on
what is capitalism with guardrails?
To where someone can't be worth $1 trillion, where they would be taxed.
Are you okay with someone being worth $1 billion?
I don't know if it's my right to judge what that exact number is. I mean, let's say I'm worth $10 million. Is that allowed? Well, some people would say yes, and some people would say no. Who gets to decide if I get to keep my $10 million?
I mean, it's based off of society, but I'm trying to understand your point because you talked about capitalism with guardrails, and like those two things are like antithetical. Like there's no such thing as capitalism with guardrails. Capitalism can't have guardrails unless you're talking about the guardrails that keeps the proletariat from actually being able to benefit from it. Sure, that's the only guardrail. Anything outside of that, capitalism functions the way the capitalism functions.
Well, I guess when I say guardrails, lobbyists can't do what they do to basically bribe politicians or do whatever it takes to get something pushed through that should not get pushed through. There should be guardrails to stop that. I don't have an issue if someone creates a product that everyone wants to buy and he makes a bunch of money or she makes a bunch of money selling that. I don't know why there would be a cap on that.
Do you think there should be a cap on the ability to exploit?
Well, yeah, you shouldn't be able to exploit people, but what's the definition of exploitation? If I only pay them $20, is that exploiting them?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you're paying someone $20, but yet you're making billions of dollars, that's absolutely exploitation. Can you name one ethical billionaire?
Michael Dell.
Who is Mike that created Dell?
Yeah.
How is he an ethical billionaire?
He gives away so much of his money to charity.
How does that make him an ethical billionaire? Did he become a billionaire through ethical? I guess that's I apologize. Did he become a billionaire through ethical means?
He was building computers here in the United States, paying his employees very well because they had that factory here in Houston. Yeah, he was very ethical. He didn't screw anyone over. He didn't exploit anyone.
So are exploitations only limited to the United States of America by your measures?
No, I'm just saying he wasn't paying people dirt cheap building stuff.
Right, no. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is exploitations, and by the way that you deem something to be exploitative, is it only if someone is exploiting the people in the U.S. and not people throughout the U.S.? Because, you know, the global South is a thing.
Oh, absolutely.
And see, that's the point that I'm trying to get to as well. Like, even if you talk about like a billionaire who's been kind to people in the US, there's no way that you can amass that type of wealth without exploitation in some way, shape, or form. Whether you talk about exploiting individuals, exploiting people with their creative ideas, exploiting the environment, exploiting other people in other countries, like there's some level of exploitation that is required to amass that amount of wealth.
Okay, so if you take a hedge fund manager who's paying all of his employees $1 million plus to be traders and do investments, they're all living a very good life, but he was able to start the company and put the capital in to where they could actually trade. I mean, traders don't trade their own money, they trade the company's money, and this person's now a billionaire and he's made a lot of people money. Who's he exploited?
The people that actually lose out in the actual tradings that they garner, right? Mutual funds, hedge fund managers literally live on the exploitation of people who don't have, right? It exploits
I totally
the
disagree.
need.
I'm sorry, I totally disagree. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Okay, so tell me how can you make profits with hedge funds without there being a group of people with the United States citizens who either lose money due to hedge funds or they are made to work in unmanageable means, meaning like not having a basic level of income or things like that in order for those hedge funds to make funds?
Okay, well, I mean, first of all, the stock market's not a net sum zero game. It's not like gas trading or energy trading where someone has to win and someone has to lose. Someone could buy a stock for $1,000 and it grows to $100,000. They sold it at $100,000, took their profits. The hedge fund bought it from them for $100,000, and they hold it till it's worth $1 million. Who wasn't exploited in that situation? No one.
How many people have excess money to actually be able to invest in the stock market? Or better yet, good question, outside of people's like 401ks, how much of the United States population is able to participate in the stock market because they have excess funds?
About 37% of the United States.
It's less than that. It's like 20 something. But close. That's fine. I'll give that to you. Let's just say a large majority of Americans don't have excess funds to invest in the stock market. So you can talk about the rarity of people being able to make some type of, you know, maximizing off of like, oh, I invested, you know, 1,000 and made 100,000. But then you talk about the people either who can't afford that, or even if you talk about like some hedge fund purchasing, you know, that, and yes, a person put in 1,000 and made 100,000, but they take that and they flip that from the selling it for 100,000 and making billions off of it. Like that's, you know, that's a whole thing. But I think the exploitation comes in again from the amount of people that are negatively impacted when it comes to the exploitation. Best example I have of that is like Walmart, right? Walmart is the largest public employer in the United States of America. And while being the largest public employer in the United States of America, they also, a large majority of Walmart employees don't make an actual livable wage. And so since Walmart being the largest employer, you would think, oh, that's good. They employ a lot of people. Well, they're subsidized by the United States government through the necessity of like SNAP benefits, Medicaid, Medicare, things like that. And which, again, the United States government is currently cutting all of those types of benefits. So those people who have been able to make ends meet in this capitalistic society are getting resources pulled from them. So it's going to be even more exploitative.
Walmart is always quoted in that example, and because they need a dirt cheap workforce to make the Walmart model even work. I agree.
Capitalism needs a dirt cheap workforce to make the model work.
Not true. That's not true.
Okay,
that's not
so
every
give me
company.
an example of an actual the way that capitalism could work without a free and cheap labor force.
Exxon.
Not a specific company, in which we can talk about that in a minute, but the actual capitalistic model, right? The entire capitalistic model. If let's say that every single person within a capitalistic society not only made a livable wage, but had enough of a wage to continue to sustain them and a family. Do you think that companies would be as profitable and the ultra wealthy would be as wealthy?
Yeah, because I'm going to say, look, let's take one of these AI companies like Anthropic. They probably, the lowest they pay an employee is probably $300,000 to $400,000 a year. That's the lowest, and they're making a ton of money for a ton of people. No one's being taken advantage of. Yes, the people that started the company will make more money.
You keep talking about specific examples, and we can talk about specific examples in just one moment. Hold on a second. We can talk about specific examples in one moment, because like I don't know much about Anthropic, but I do know like what Amazon is doing, or all of these other major companies are doing when it comes to like their AI. And how that's negatively impacting people. But the point that I'm bringing to you is like the entire capitalistic model, the whole of capitalism. How does that actually function without a free and cheap labor class?
Well, I mean, the companies that need heavy labor, they're always going to take someone and pay them less to do the work.
Okay, so we can agree that there's no way to actually have capitalism without a free and cheap labor class.
You make that sound like it's a negative thing. Yes, some employees have to be paid less.
So you think you don't think it's a negative thing that people don't have the means to survive?
No, you're saying if they're not getting paid a livable wage. I'm saying they have to have lower paid employees.
Yes, which means they don't have a livable wage. Again, my question is, are you saying that it's acceptable to have a free and cheap labor class that's being exploited and they don't have a quote unquote livable wage?
Okay, so let me ask you about the exploitation. Someone starting off, they're 20 years old. They should not make the money that the 50-year-old makes who's worked there for 30 years. So that 20-year-old starts working with a lower salary.
Why?
And it will grow over time. And
Why? Are you saying that the 20-year-old shouldn't make as much as the 50-year-old just because of time?
No, because the 50-year-old has a lot more knowledge and wisdom, and
that's not true. That's not true. You can't attribute wisdom nor knowledge to age. Those two things don't correlate. Just because you're old, wisdom is not experience. Like you can have experience, but haven't learned anything from that. Like just because you learn not to walk into a door, just because you've walked into a door 50 times doesn't mean that you won't still walk into a door. Like experience does not equate to wisdom. That's not how it works. You have to be able to ascertain something from that experience, learn, grow from it, and be able to pass on said wisdom. Like that, you sitting here saying that just because they're 50, they should have some type of like if you like the whole thing is if you have the ability to perform, then in a capitalistic society, in my opinion, you should be compensated for your actual ability, not because someone has been somewhere for longer than you. Like that doesn't make sense.
I totally agree. With you.
But that's what you're advocating for.
Okay, right, hear me out. 20-year-old comes out of high school, gets a job. He works on an assembly line. That assembly line goes down for some reason. He doesn't know how to fix it. He hasn't been there. The guy who's been there for 30 years has seen the assembly line go down and knows, oh, that widget must have done something wrong or here or that. That's wisdom. That guy should be paid more, number one. Number two, I'm talking about more climbing the ladder. That guy, the 50-year-old's now in charge of the assembly line workers. That is what I'm talking about. If they do the exact same job,
people who are at the top that have been in these positions of power have more tangible positive impacts versus the people coming into the company? Like specifically, how about this? I'm going to give this specific example. Who do you think has been directly more responsible for Tesla's success? Elon Musk or the engineers that have come up with the technology and ideas behind Tesla?
Elon Musk, but let me explain it though. Elon Musk was smart enough to hire the right people, those engineers, who then hired more engineers. Elon Musk is the one that got the financing to bring this company and do it. So without Elon Musk's brain power, leadership, work ethic, so did those other guys put more brains into it?
Yes.
Quite possibly. Did they put more hours of work?
Yes.
Quite possibly. But it's a different skill set. The guy who puts it all together is the business owner.
Hey, how did Elon gain his fortune?
The U.S. government paid a lot of money for him they gave him a lot of credits.
Yeah,
they
but
wanted
even before
cars.
that, where did Elon get that money from?
He sold PayPal.
No, before that, where did he get that money from?
He had a small software company that he sold for about.
Before that, where did he get it? Where did he get that money from?
That was his first company I'm talking about.
Yeah, before he had his first company, where did he get that money from?
I think he borrowed about $300,000 from his dad to start.
No. He got more than just $300,000 from his dad. He literally inherited money from emerald mines in South Africa, the apartheid. He literally got his money from the exploitation of the global South. Like literally.
Did he exploit them?
Apartheid? Is apartheid, South African apartheid, is that not exploitation?
So are you going to blame?
No, answer the question directly. Answer the question directly. Answer the question directly. Answer the question directly. Is apartheid in South Africa exploitation?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then how can you, what's with the question?
So are you going to blame everyone for their fathers and grandfathers and great grandfathers? I don't understand.
I'm not blaming. I'm pointing out the fact that yes, this is how he got it. His family exploited them, and that's a fact. I'm not sitting here saying he caused apartheid. He exploited South Africa, the people, the resources in apartheid. I'm not saying he caused the thing. I'm saying they exploited it.
By the way, he borrowed $28,000 from his dad. I just looked it up to start his first company.
He inherited the money from the emerald mines. Like his dad gave him inheritance, just like Donald Trump's dad gave him inheritance. Yes, I know his dad. Yes, I know Elron. Yes, I know Elron is still alive. Elron bequeathed him emerald mine earnings. I'm telling you, like that's a whole fucking thing.
Oh, I gotta look that up. See how much it was though. But once again, is that Elon Musk's fault because he had some seed money to start it? Because there's a lot of people out there who have money and they go nothing with it.
What did I say? What did I say? Did I say that it's his fault, or did I say that they benefited from the exploitation?
Who hasn't benefited from the exploitation?
Black people
of the world. No one of your people. No one has benefited.
You can talk about the whole, and you can talk about how people actually have benefited, but the simple fact of the matter is the exploitation is those black and brown bodies. Like literally, black and brown bodies are the ones being exploited, not being the actual beneficiaries of the exploitation. Like that's the thing.
Okay, but there's a lot of people, let's say white people, who have not benefited from exploitation.
It's not because of their race. It's not because of their race. It's because if you talk about white people in America that are overwhelmingly poor today, it's because their ancestors were bad with money.
You're saying every white person in the past had money?
Any white person that's poor, any white person that's poor today in the United States of America, their ancestors were bad with money, because what happened was the imprisonment of black people during chattel slavery, which was the free workforce, and they were overwhelmingly able to amass wealth. And then from that amass of wealth, even when you talk about the Civil War and then the actual ending of the Civil War, the people that were a part of the Confederacy that had to give up their slaves, and not just the Confederacy, all slave owners that were forced to give up their slave, they receive reparations. They literally receive reparations for having to give up slavery. And then you talk about like reclamation, segregation, Jim Crow, slave laws, pig laws, like all of these things, like all of these different things in order to disenfranchise everyone else that was not a white person, gave them a quote unquote 400-year head start. So like when you talk about where things are today, like you can track the money that they used to have and the way that the money was squandered by their ancestors. Did you know after the ending of the Civil War, the wealth gap for white people to black people was 69-1, meaning for every $1 that a black person had, a white person had $69.
I actually thought that number would have been higher. Personally.
Yeah, it was 69-1. It was 69-1. And since the point where black people have quote unquote truly been equal citizens, meaning having all protections under the Constitution of the United States of America, it was the passing of the 1965 Civil Rights Act, which is now being gutted. But from that point to the passing of the Civil Rights Act, it was about 100 something odd years. In that short amount of time, that wealth gap for black people has decreased from 69-1 to about 7-1, meaning for every $1 a black person has, white people have $7. So white people, right after the ending of the Civil War, had the majority of the money. They still have the majority of the money, but the majority of the money has been squandered by those people who had the majority of the money.
Yeah, but there was a lot of white people that were poor back then also. So I just want to make sure I understand, 'cause you said a lot of words. You're saying if you're white, it's been easier to be financially successful in the United States than if you're black.
Literally.
Fully agree. I don't disagree with that. I totally agree. Y'all's people have been screwed over. And I think it's heading in the right direction very slowly. I wish it had happened faster for you.
How? No, I disagree. I don't think that it's heading in the right direction for black people. I don't think it's heading in the right direction for people, period. Because again, capitalism does not benefit the proletariat. It just doesn't. That's not how capitalism is set up.
I see so many wealthy black people, though. I see so many wealthy black people. So I think there's more today as a percentage than it was 50 years ago. That's why I'm saying it's getting better.
Yes, there's more wealthy black people than there was. Well, not even right now today. Sorry. The point where there were the more wealthier black people in the United States was under the Biden administration. Under the Biden administration in 2023, there were more black billionaires than there were black people in prison. Like literally.
I agree. I agree with that. Biden versus
but
Trump,
now
I'm talking about 50 years ago.
Right, but since Donald Trump has taken power, right, the black unemployment rate has skyrocketed to 7.3% because his attack on black and brown people. But even more than that, while there are more black billionaires or more people that are, millionaires and billionaires, the wealth gap has continued to grow. There's more people. Again, I point out the fact that Donald Trump, he loves to highlight, there's more people working today than any point in United States history. Yes, that's true. But the unemployment rate has skyrocketed. The wage gap the wealth gap has increased, and there's more people living in poverty today. So you can talk about like how, the haves have gotten more but the have-nots have increased. The middle class has absolutely shrunk. And we're heading towards a plutocracy because you can talk about all these technocrats that have direct tentacles into the federal government, but the federal government is doing things like trying to increase the increase the retirement age. They're trying to lower the age that people can enter the workforce because they need to create more workers. Like that's literally what's happening.
You keep going on these side tangents, which I totally agree with you.
They're not side tangents. They're all connected. You can't see the bigger picture, but they're all connected.
I think there's more wealthy people who are not white today as a percentage of our total population versus 50 years ago.
I'm not pushing back on the fact that there are more people than prior points in history that are not white, that are wealthy. But I'm saying as a whole, the country, the majority of people have lost more than they've gained.
I mean, I can't sit there and document everything. I disagree. I mean, the lifestyle that a lot of people live nowadays, yeah, there are poor people still, absolutely. The middle class has grown, though, whereas the poor class has
The middle class has shrunk. The middle class has shrunk. The middle class literally has shrunk.
It's the upper middle class. I'm sorry, I stated wrong. The upper
the middle class period has shrunk.
The upper middle class has grown.
The middle class period has shrunk.
Yes, I agree. The total.
Right, hold on. This is what we're going to do because, like, at this point, I was looking for someone to actually cover me for half a second. I don't want to end this, but I got to take a quick bio break. I'm going to mute you for like half a second, and just going to play a quick song while I run to the bathroom. Hold tight for me a moment.
Thanks, Santana.
Let's do it.
You stepped in a box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Great stats will get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call. You slip once, I'm snatching it all. Yeah. Step in if you dare. Get hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in if you dare. You get hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah, this ain't a safe place. This a flame space. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
All right, guys, I appreciate that. I had to listen. I was either going to have to end the live or find someone, and it looked like everybody was busy. So, yeah. All right. Let me do this as well really quickly while we do this. W's in the chat. Let me hit these. W's in the chat for Lord Tamayoshi for the $10 super chat to say America needs to adopt a Nordic model. No people should have more wealth than any other government than any country government ever. Everyone can't be the top 1%. Society needs to stop equating money to being smart. Facts. W's in the chat as well for Harry. Harry sent a $2 donation saying, hi, everyone. We have doubled our kick following this week. Let's fucking go, Harry. Up to 30, 70 more, and it would be awesome. Don't have to kick it just to give a follow. I know that's right. Guys, if you got a kick, get over the kick. W's in the chat as well for Danella for the $1 donation saying, can some explain why someone can't be multiracial, please? Yeah, I'll explain that later for sure. But it's because like you can't be more than one race. I'm sorry, you can't be more than two races. It was like it's the whole thing. Anyway, W's in the chat for Danella. W's in the chat as well for CD for the $5 donation. Reagan also made an arms deal with the Middle East if they promised not to release American hostages until after the election. He used that against Jimmy Carter, which swayed a lot of people. His voter base was based on lies. Facts. W's in the chat for Jay Hops for the $5 donation saying, you notice his definition of capitalism with guardrails was capping. how much money rich people can, how much money can rich people make? But didn't say a damn thing about poor people. Yep. That was in chat from Marie for the $1 donation saying, no one is being taken advantage of by AI, ? Data centers, my guy. Facts. Debbie's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation said exploitation is not just wages, it's how companies affect the world and communities. Look at data centers and what they're doing to communities. That's exploitation. Fact. And last but not least, Debbie's in the chat for Joshua for the $10 donation saying this is diabolical. Apartheid ended in 1994. Elon watched and probably participated in apartheid activities to the day that he left the country. Why is he acting like it's ancient history? It's because he doesn't know history. Like most people don't know what's actually happening throughout the global south. And when I say most people, like I've been ignorant of it for a long time as well. So I'm not just saying him, I'm just saying like Americans have a lack of understanding as far as what's happening in the rest of the world. For some reason, we think that we're just like the end all be all of the globe, which is weird for us to have that position. But yeah, it's a thing. That was in the chat as well over on Twitch for Project 454 for the 100 cheers. Said the Neo whether the Life F kid is proof of the male loneliness epidemic. I hope he finds a hobby or a friend. I know that's right. Also, W's in chat for one mighty pen for the 1 bit to say, didn't Elon say he wanted apartheid back? He did. And W's in chat for Manders for the 1 bit said he takes the blame because he took the money. He has never acknowledged it came from wrongness, and he also has done nothing to try to make it right. Facts. Also, W's in the chat for Charlene for the $10 donation. They said, keep doing what you're doing, followed by another donation saying, just because, keep it up. W's in the chat for Charlene. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly and you look up at the top and you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button, turn on the notification so you know when I go live. All right. I apologize about that. Just to kind of bring this full circle. We're talking about, help me understand. What's your position with capitalism? Why do you think capitalism somehow benefits the average person? Because like I can't quantify one tangible benefit for everyday people when it comes to capitalism that's not more harmful than all the things that it causes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was muted. Was I muted that whole time? Sorry about that. Capitalism does not help the bottom 1/3 of our country in any form or fashion. It benefits the top 2/3 of our country. Obviously, the top third benefits a lot more, and top 1% even more than that. But even the people in the middle, there's jobs that are created because of capitalism. That's my belief. It does not help everyone, obviously. And yes, they need a workforce to do the work, and the workers do not become as wealthy as the owners. I agree with that. I don't think that's a bad.
So let me ask you this: the middle portion, right? Mm-hmm. The average American, would not socialism benefit them as well?
They would get more benefits like universal health care, definitely.
Yeah, but they would also be able to continue to make the money that they're making, but also have like not only social safety nets, but like there's no negative impacts for them in a socialistic society, right?
No, the upside cap. I've seen a lot of people go from middle class to upper class because of capitalism.
Yeah, like social mobility is not a thing. It's a joke.
Yes, it is. That's you're so wrong. You're making people think that's not a chance, and that's not fair to the listeners.
Sure. Can you tell me, let's look up the social mobility within the United States over the last 30 years. How about that? How about we look at social mobility? Because I know I talked to you about the happiness index earlier and how like the United States ranks at best like middle of the happiness index. But one of those factors is social mobility. So let's see. Let's see, the last 30 years. All right, so the social mobility, the Cato Institute did a study of economic myths, and 5 myths about economic inequalities in America. And it talked about like the Gilded Age and the economic system, tax policies, all this other stuff, blah, 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 blah. One highlighted portion that is brought out is looking at the decline of social mobility. Excuse me. In the last 30 years, upward social mobility has declined from the 80s and 90s. It's roughly a 50% chance of earning more than your parents. It's down 90% from the children born in the 1940s. And also the United States ranks 27th on the global index as far as social mobility. So over the last 30 years, there's been a dramatic decrease of people being able to have upward mobility and be able to, pull themselves out of poverty to middle class or middle class to upper class.
Can you give me the 90% quote again? Just that one sentence. Can you give me that 90% decline? What was that sentence?
Today, children born in the 1980s or 1990s have roughly a 50% chance of earning more than their parents, down from 90% for children born in the 1940s.
Yeah. So it's definitely declined. I mean, I agree with you on that. But it's
right,
still
and that's
there.
my whole thing is saying like social mobility is a myth. I'm not saying it's a myth because it doesn't exist at all. I'm saying that it's an unattainable dream for most Americans now.
And I guess my problem is, since I do investments, I'm dealing with all the people that won. So I know a lot of poor people or middle income class people. I mean, I was poor and now I'm very wealthy. Life worked out for me because I worked my ass off for the last 31 years.
Also, you're a white man in America, right?
Absolutely, but I wasn't born here. I'm an immigrant. Didn't start my life here. Got no benefits from slavery and everything else.
What does that have to do with you being a white man in America?
I don't think my success has anything to do with me being white.
You don't think you have white privilege?
I definitely have white privilege. I mean, I have a lower chance of getting like pulled over and all that kind of stuff.
But that's what I'm talking about. I mean, like, I'm not saying that you are who you are because you're white. I'm saying that you had a better chance of being successful because you're white, because of white privilege. You don't have to deal with the societal issues that disenfranchise people that are not white.
I'll agree with you on that. I totally agree. I guess what I see is, I mean, I'm upper income. So I have a lot of my kids are early 20s. I've watched all of them grow up and their friends. And we had a lot of kids that were Hispanic or Black.
Hispanic isn't a race.
I'm sorry, Mexican.
Mexican isn't a race either.
Did I say the race was specific? I mean,
you were naming races and then you switched to ethnicities and nationalities.
At the end of the day, does the actual wording really matter? Does it just make y'all feel better to win?
No, because there's what's the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality?
I have no idea. I just know these kids' last name were Martinez. That's what I know. These kids' last name were
that's why it's important, because like you can be Hispanic and have white privilege. You can be from Mexico and have white privilege. So yes, the race, ethnicity, and nationality absolutely matters.
Help me understand this. I actually do want to understand this. So someone from Mexico can have white privilege, but someone from Mexico can also not have white privilege.
Yes, because there's black people that are Mexican and there's white people that are Mexican. Race is the socially acceptable phenotypical characteristics, meaning it's how you present to the world. So you can be, you know what? You're right, Petty. Pay me. Black people labor isn't free. W's in the chat for Petty, and this is a rare W for Petty. I gotta give Petty her W's when she earns them. Black people labor is not free. But yeah, there's a whole thing. Thank you, Petty, for checking me.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. So I have a lot of my kids' friends who are not white males who have been very, very successful.
Okay.
But that is a possibility. But do the white males have a better chance? Absolutely. That's the way America is.
That's the point.
And hopefully it gets better. Hopefully it gets better.
But like that's literally the existence of white privilege, and then that's also like how like race works.
Okay. So I am a believer in what you're saying, though. I do agree. It's easier if you're a white male. I hope it gets better. I think it will over the next 100 years, but you and I won't be there.
Holy fuck. You said hope, and then you said 100 years? People got to wait 100 years in order to have equity?
No, I didn't say it's going to be a cliff. I'm saying it will slowly continue to get better every year. And it's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Absolutely,
It's gotten
Trump's
worse.
made it go back. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. If it keeps doing that.
But this isn't because of Trump.
Well, I think it's social media, personally. All the people get a platform.
Like, literally, it's capitalism. Like, this is how capitalism, like, it's, okay, give me a second. I'm going to say thank you, and then I'm going to let Ari talk to you, because Ari's smarter than me, and maybe she can communicate this better than I can. But I keep going back and trying to hammer home the point. It's capitalism. It's how capitalism functions, and capitalism is going to capitalism because that's capitalism. W's in the chat for S Dizzy for the $20 YouTube super chat to say social mobility is literally an illusion in capitalism. It's a hope that you can move up, and that makes all the worker bees work harder, thinking that one day they'll be the queen. They won't, though. Facts. W's in the chat for S Dizzy. W's in the chat for Gregory for the $2 donation. For Republicans to not claim to be racist, they're awfully concerned with the low white birth rates, the deportation of black and brown people, and eliminating voting distractions that reflect the black and brown voices. Shaking my damn head. I think you were talking about the guy earlier, right? Right. W's in chat for Amber for the $30 donation, saying, Santana, thank you for keeping me company on my walk and helping me improve my knowledge while improving my fitness. Listen, fucking W's in the chat for Amber. If you're listening to me as you're out on a walk, what are you doing? But I'm glad that you are here. I'm happy that you're, staying healthy, and W's in the chat for you. That's fucking awesome. W's in the chat for Danella. Hold on a sec. It's pronounced Danila, sorry, Danila. I apologize. W's in chat for Danila for the $1 donation. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Guys, over on TikTok, 1.5 thousand people watching. Look up at the top. First and foremost, let's get those likes up. Let's get the likes up to 600,000. And also, if you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. So please, please, please hit that follow button. We go live all the time. So make sure you do that. All right. Ari, floor is yours.
Listen. I was banking on this. I was getting my nails done and I was listening to this. I was like, I can't wait to get home. I can't wait to get home, because I like keeping it a buck. Just say you hate disabled black and disabled black women. That's all you. When you're a capitalist, just say that.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
You're saying I hate disabled black women?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Yeah. When we're talking about the exploitation of labor, and you acknowledge that there is exploitation of labor, like that's a necessary condition for capitalism to exist, right? The people who we see the most exploitation happening to are the people who are dependent on their marginalizations, right? So like, because you're black or you're non-white, because you're a woman, because you're disabled, because you're trans, right? We see disparities within all those groups. And actually, like, when people advocate for capitalism, all you're telling me is that you like sex trafficking.
So if we were socialist or communist, you think sex trafficking would go away?
We actually did see it go away because there was no incentive for sex trafficking. There was
a bunch of horny old guys.
Why does sex trafficking exist?
Because there's horny old white guys. I don't know why.
Because people leverage capital over individuals.
Oh, you're saying if they cannot make money, the sex traffickers, then sex trafficking would go away?
No. How do pimps work?
They make money.
Off of what?
Off those women. Those women they're taking advantage of.
Exactly. And how is that done?
The exploitation of workers?
Yeah. So when you're pro-capitalism, you're pro-rape. Congratulations. we actively saw like the diminishing of this during like the USSR, right? And we even saw like
USSR.
I'm still talking. I know.
Hey, hold on. I'm sorry, Ari. Hey, independent. Like, you're sitting here laughing where one, you haven't laughed at me the entire time while I've been expounding certain principles. But two, when I tell you, like, I think I introduced Ari by saying she's smarter than me. When I tell you that she's absolutely smarter than me, and she knows what she's talking about, she's talking about a deeper level, something that I didn't actually touch. So before you become so dismissive because this woman is saying stuff that you don't either understand or makes you feel uncomfortable, how about you take a step back, stop, listen, and see if you can consume what she's trying to actually give you, because I promise you, it's a deeper level of understanding than what we've been talking about.
And Ari, I do apologize. I should not have laughed. I was just so baffled by the comment. It caught me so off guard. I didn't even know. That may have been nervous laughter, by the way. That wasn't disrespectful laughter. That was nervous laughter.
What I will say is Ari puts people on their back feet, and like, because Ari just said it, she doesn't sugarcoat it. Ari puts the thing right in your face. And most of us are used to like slow walking, and Ari's like, here's the thing. Like, just take a step back. She hasn't said one thing that's not true or wrong. I apologize, Ari. Floor is yours.
Nah, you're good. But yeah, I don't care to coddle feelings. Let's keep it a buck here. Let's say the thing. A spade's a spade. If you're a capitalist, right, and you're over here advocating for capitalism, you're over here advocating for the Epstein class to exist. Epstein only exists, right, and the Grapus and Jeep only exist because capitalism exists. Right. Well, on top of sexism, right? And sexism, yes, can exist in a socialistic country in terms of other barriers. But one of the major tools to allow sexism to exist is capitalism and leveraging access to resources over women and members and children's heads. If you take that away from, if you take that leverage away, then they don't have those metrics for exploitation. If I give women all the things they need for survival, then they don't have to go into sex trafficking. They don't fall into sex trafficking. They're not left to stay in domestic violence relationships where their partner is the major breadwinner. And if they leave them, they don't have, they still have the resource they need for survival. They have access to food, housing, and all those other things. One of the major barriers to someone leaving an abusive relationship is access to capital, right? And so when you acknowledge, and you have acknowledged, because I've been listening the whole time you've been up here, you acknowledge that there's exploited class, that one of those exploited class are women. And so when you say you're okay with that exploitation existing, you're okay with the abuse of women and children.
I don't want to interrupt. Can I respond? Yeah. Okay. When I was talking about exploitation, I was saying that it was okay to pay someone $20 an hour when they come out of high school, and they're paying someone else $100 an hour who's been working there for 30 years. That was what I was talking about exploitation. No, I was not talking about women or minorities or anything else. So maybe I'm using exploitation incorrectly.
Did you miss what I said? Did you miss what I said that allows for that exploitation that happens with that exploitation?
Is there a lack of access to capital is why.
Lack of access. So you're okay with the lower paying allows for that abuse to exist. So you're still okay with that.
So I'm so bad. So, okay. Do you think it's possible to have a country that has capitalism and universal income? Can you have both in the same country?
No.
So how is capitalism the problem causing this?
Because it allows for the exploitation to exist. You need a societal structure that does not allow for exploitation.
Okay. If capitalism's gone, does that mean that person has a job anymore?
Do you think socialism exists, bro? Overwhelmingly, we can look at metrics within the USSR because the USSR was a socialist project, right? Okay. And overwhelmingly, actually, because of the USSR, the United States had their hand forced into allowing women, well, on top of World War II, were forced their hand to allow women into the workspace, right? Especially during the Great Space Race. The USSR was excelling because they were educating women. And women in STEM allowed for them to excel tremendously in terms of space technology, which forced the United States hand to do the same because they wanted to compete. So when we're looking at that, also on top of that, the USSR was industrial, because we're talking about industrialization now, was industrializing so fast. And I do not agree with this. This is why it happened though, that They implemented an abortion ban because they needed more workers because of how fast they were industrializing. Do I agree with the abortion ban? Absolutely not. But for people to act like they weren't industrializing at like rapid speeds, even though they were socialists, is silly. They were literally industrializing so fast that they were trying to find a stop mechanism, and that just happened to fall on women. And this is why like socialistic countries can still be sexist. And of course, I'm going to call that out every day. But that needs to be acknowledged that we took away one of the tools for exploitation.
Okay, so my response, first I got to state, number one, I think women are smarter than men. And number two, I think women are harder workers than men. I want to clarify that first. I don't understand how the capitalism is the reason. I mean, was there, I mean,
does school
is
cost,
let me finish, please. Let me finish, please.
Hold on, wait. Does school cost money in the US?
Can I finish my stuff? I'm trying to be very polite. Can I just finish?
You said you don't understand because I'm going to explain it to you.
Okay, let me finish what I was saying. Capitalism is the private ownership of companies.
How
does private ownership of companies specifically go against women?
It's the private ownership of the means of production.
Correct. And how's that against women?
The private ownership of resources. So okay. I'm hoarding all these resources and I get to pick and choose who gets those resources. We're acting like a gender wage gap does not exist and and that's not part of patriarchy.
And I agree with all that, what you just said.
Also,
but once again,
I'll hop in here half second. Shout out to Ari for pointing out, and which I had to go back and do more reading, for calling out the fact that sexism, or I'm sorry, God dang it, why am I spacing on the word? Misogyny lives outside of capitalism, because feudalism was prior to capitalism. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, Ari.
Yeah. And so it's important to call these things out. Can sexism still exist under a socialistic system? Yes, absolutely, because it existed prior to capitalism. However, we can understand one of the major tools to uphold these systems as we're trying to abolish systems is capitalism. Same thing for racism. Right? All these people that are disproportionately targeted because I can pick and choose who has access to resources under capitalism because I privatized it, right? Are marginalized identities, especially when you're talking about disabled people and they can only get what they contribute to society and earn wages. Yeah, that's inherently eugenics. So again, that's why I say, just say if you're a capitalist and you're pro-capitalism, well, you're not a capitalist, you're a bootlicker because you don't own the means of production. But if you're going to be a capitalist bootlicker, just say you hate Black disabled women.
I love everybody and I love capitalism.
No, you don't. You are pro Epstein class existing.
How am I pro Epstein? Because of capitalism?
Because you're pro capitalism. Like she's broke that down.
You're saying Epstein is a C3PO and he's able to do it.
Wait. Did you miss? Did you miss what Ari said at the beginning? Like she set the stage by saying, without capitalism, the Epstein class would not exist.
Okay, well, what is the Epstein class? Before I respond, what is the Epstein class?
The 1% who's allowed to get away whatever the fuck they want because they have access to the resources. They do own a monopoly on the resources. So they can do whatever the fuck they want because they are the privatization of said resources I was talking about.
Okay, I agree. Rich people can get away with a lot more. I agree. But I also have to say there's a lot of C3POs that are poor.
And so do men. And again, men, even in comparison to low-income men and women, men still make more on average because of the gender wage gap, which allows them to still financially abuse women.
And I agree with that, by the way, but I still don't understand what it's got to do with capitalism.
Capitalism is the only structure that allows for that to happen because the gender wage gap only exists under capitalism.
Over in communist Russia, back when it was USSR, there was a lot of women that could not get jobs. They gave them to the men first.
Give me a source.
I have no source. I just know that.
You're just saying that.
Why would I make this up? Okay.
Because because of Red Scare propaganda.
This is going to go nowhere. I feel that I'm just being attacked
Now you're
because
running.
I am pro. I'm running. I'm absolutely
You're running because you're uncomfortable.
because there's no point in me having.
Whoa! Whoa! You said you feel like you're being attacked because you're pro-capitalism? Because Ari's pointing out what capitalism is and what it does? Because Ari is straight putting the actual facts on Front Street? Because you're realizing that you can't be pro-capitalism without being pro all the fucked up shit?
Yeah, like we have like CIA documents about USSR, and the CIA even documents admit like how overwhelmingly the women benefited from the socialist project of the USSR. They were literally given STEM jobs. I talked about that earlier. They were given education, and even at that, they were given childcare for free, so they can get into the workforce to alleviate all those barriers. And it gave them, again, the resources to leave abusive relationships. It doesn't happen under capitalism.
You there?
I know. It's uncomfortable. I think he's crashing out. The superior gender is crashing out behind you.
Are you there?
Someone paused me. I don't know why they paused me. I'm not over.
Oh, that was me. I
okay,
jumped
sorry.
in. I was trying to jump in.
I don't see how capitalism is to blame because Russia gave jobs to women. That's the government construct. It's not capitalism that makes that decision not to hire women or give them STEM jobs. I mean, it's not because it's for profit.
Because Stalin couldn't be bought out by corporations. There was no mechanism for that to happen. Like lobbyists. Lobbyists is only a thing that exists under capitalism.
Well, in other countries, it's who you know. If you're born into the right family, you get the power. That's no better than capitalism.
That's part of capitalism. All these countries are capitalist.
So, okay, in Europe, these Scandinavian countries where capitalism exists, are they bad?
All capitalism is bad.
So what are
like
the
that's
problems?
The thing. You understand that's what we've been saying this whole time. That you can try to point out any country that you want, but like the capitalistic society. That's why when you kept trying to talk about like Exxon, and I kept saying you keep wanting to talk about a specific example, but if you look at the entire entity, the whole of what capitalism is, like there is no way that you can position it as, oh, this is just a good thing for everyone. That's not how it works.
I feel that y'all are taking everything bad in America and saying it's because of capitalism.
You're just giving fee-fees when I'm giving literally like historical empirics of like, again, how the USSR was doing so well that they had to force the United States' hand until forcing women to the workspace and education.
So my point is, I feel y'all are blaming the United States, everything wrong. I feel
you have
that
nothing.
y'all are blaming the United States.
Else.
You know, if that's how you win by constantly interrupting people, I
just don't care about the feelings. I don't. Like, I teach preschool, and I do that with my preschoolers, but you're a grown-ass adult, so I don't care about
You are blaming the United States for everything wrong because of capitalism.
Yes.
But how can you have a country in Scandinavia that has none of these problems, but they also have capitalism? How is capitalism the problem?
They do. Like, we can even look at the World Economic Forum 2025, right? Yep. Where Sweden is the #1 country in terms of like gender equity. And even they still have a gender wage gap, and the women over there are still fighting for their rights. So to act like these things aren't an issue over there, they absolutely are, because capitalism still exists.
So bottom line, you would be better off in North Korea, correct? Is what you're saying?
I'm saying I would be better off in a socialist country that is egalitarian.
Exactly.
In North Korea is egalitarian.
Like you sat here and tried to like specifically pull that out, but we've already talked about that. So like, what are we doing?
Yeah, you're not going to get me. I am very educated on this, and you're just going off of your feelings. Like, and you said, yes, am I anti the United States? Actually, I fucking am.
Why not leave? Why not leave?
Because I'm indigenous.
It's not going to change.
Because I'm indigenous to this lands, and you guys don't get to take my fucking ancestral lands away from me. right?
I wasn't born there. I wasn't born here. I
do not give a flying fuck. No one gets to take my indigenous ancestral lands away from me.
Also, I think like that's like saying, why don't you just leave? Like when you talked about like practicality, that's not how shit works. 2, why should we have to leave the country because we want better for the people? Like,
no, you don't have to leave.
No. Like literally, like think about what you said. Because while you're up here defending capitalism, we're defending people and saying people deserve better. And you're telling us, or you're saying, why don't we just leave for wanting better for people? That's what you just said.
I want better for people too. No, that's not true. I want better for people. I don't think capitalism is the problem. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If I was very unhappy with something in my life,
hold on. Okay,
I would change it.
I'll hear you out. Tell me how you keep capitalism, but make things better for the
universal basic income. Universal basic income.
Oh, that's a shift towards socialism. That you're not. That's not capitalism. That's not capitalism. Having those social safety nets.
Social security. We have social security in America. We have
social security in America has already been gutted and is on track to actually not be a thing. And at the same time, those people that qualify for social security has been lessened because they're adjusting the actual age. But what I'm saying is even those social safety nets, there's different levels within social safety nets, right? But the point being is that if you talk about capitalism does not allow the true existence of social safety nets. That's why you see only a sparse amount of people that get access to Social Security, only a sparse amount of people that get access to Medicaid and Medicare. Like, that's not how it works, because then if you start to talk about those societies that lean on those social safety nets and take care of the people, then capitalism starts to come down. And capitalism is about maximizing capitalism. So how do you keep capitalism as it is while improving the quality of life for the people that are massively negatively impacted by capitalism?
Raise taxes and use that money to spend on universal health care. Taxes have nothing. You're saying you can't have capitalism if you raise taxes?
So you're trying. Wait. So you're trying to limit the actual potential and revenue of businesses.
Like we already do. We charge taxes.
Oh, no. Raising taxes would be incentivizing socialism. Like
it's making
one second. Go ahead, Ari. Sorry.
Santana.
Mm-hmm.
Does he know lobbyists exist?
Do I know what exists, please?
Does he know PACs exist? And they only only exist under like capitalism, like those things that buy shit so that we can't do shit. That's why like we don't have universal healthcare, because of like healthcare industries and insurance companies benefit off of people not having access to healthcare.
So you're saying it's because of private ownership that we don't have those. You're not saying it's not the politicians and the voters. Oh, well, say Santana before you say it. So
she literally did.
Not the first one.
She did. She said, "Hey, Santana." That's why I said, "Hold on." She literally said, "Hey, Santana."
It's rude to talk to people and exclude others.
Oh.
So once again.
Okay, wait. I do agree that it can be rude for people to exclude other people from a conversation. But you know what's even more rude than that?
What? What's more rude?
That was kind of rude of me, Ari.
It deserves W, Santana. Well deserved.
Ari, I don't know. Like, I think what it is that people are, I don't know if infantilized is the right word, but just has this depiction of capitalism in their head. And I think it's like the way that it's been drilled into American society, thinking like patriotism and like, you know, the idea of America is hand in hand with capitalism. And if you're going to be American, then you got to be like the capitalist. Like I don't know. It's so weird. It's so weird.
It's so funny because at this point we were at just like, I don't like what you're telling me. It's making me uncomfortable.
It's I don't know. I don't get it.
But I appreciate you. Also, if y'all wanted to know, also Santana, a lot of the information I just shared with y'all is in Why Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism.
Guess what book? So I just finished this morning. I finished Think Again, right? And then I rolled into Freakonomics. And so I'm starting Freakonomics. I'm trying to get like a balance as far as like the list that you gave me, the different subjects, but that's the book that's coming next.
I encourage you to read it because it does, out of all the books, I believe it gives a really good modern day perspective on the differences between socialism and capitalism and what that allows, but also to make sure that like people don't fully focus on capitalism and understand that like we need to abolish all systems and they all do work independently and can exist outside of each other.
Yeah, absolutely. You got anything else for the people?
Nope, just that we have book club next week. I'll see you guys there. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Ari. I appreciate you. That was in the chat for Ari, guys. Oh wait, Ari, come back up for a second because I meant to tell you, come back up for just a second if you have, if you can. I got something to share with you. Really quick, W's in the chat for Just Devin for the $5 super chat to say, Walmart is far from the only retail giant that pays minimum wages and gets their employees to get on Medicaid, food stamps, and federal housing. Facts. W's in the chat for 1B Carey for the $5 super chat. What up, 1B Carey? Who said many people work their asses off their entire lives and are born poor and die poor. The dude is ignorant to the reality. Work ethic does not equal values. Facts. W's in the chat for 1B Carey for the $5 donation saying the exploitation of some upholds the exploitations of other. You can't selectively exploit. Period. W's in the chat for that. W's in the chat as well for, hold on, let's see. Boop. W's in the chat for Heather for the $5 donation saying, I'm a woman and I'm really excited to leave my boss in July to open my own pet grooming service for myself so I don't have to work so hard just to make ends meet. Facts. W's in the chat for Heather. Make sure you take control of your life and like do what you can. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Nikki. Said, hi, it's Nikki, chosen name. I came from Dean and I want to say thank you so much for helping me with my personal growth. I had a rough childhood with authoritarian parents, and I hope I happen to be gay and NB. I don't know what that means. NB. So I've been taught myself how to be a good person from the start. Thank you for education. Thank you so much, Nikki. I'm happy to hear that you're here. I'm happy to hear that you're learning and growing, and hopefully you can continue to learn and grow within our community. Like W's in chat for you. W's in chat for Phoenix I, who sent 5 YouTube subscriptions. Let's fucking go. W's in the chat for Phoenix I for sending out those 5 YouTube subscriptions. Okay. This is the one that I want to call out. So, Ari, the reason why I told you to come back up here is you had someone crashing out in the super chats over on YouTube. So I'm going to read these off. And they sent multiple YouTube super chats. Lotus first and a $6.99 YouTube super chat to say, I support your show as much as a 60-plus-year-old person can, but I'm sorry, the person has no idea what she's talking about if her argument is the USSR. And then followed up with another $13.99 super chat to say, I'm from Soviet Union, and I'll tell I'll tell you it isn't an argument, frowny face. Also, you guys are confused. Cronyism isn't capitalism, frowny face. OMG, USSR was never excelling, frowny face. Please stop this Russian propaganda. And then send another $13.99 YouTube super chat to say, please stop I want to continue supporting you, frowny face. OMG, please, this woman is ignorant, frowny face. She has no facts. And then sent one more $2.79 YouTube super chat to say, I have to stop supporting your channel. Ari, would you like to speak to her? I don't even know if she's still watching, and apparently she doesn't support the channel anymore, but yeah, I want you to be able to respond to that.
Womp womp. I don't know what to tell you.
Really, Ari?
The metrics are there. The metrics don't lie. Right. And what we overwhelmingly find too, and this is because I like getting into this too. Like, I think the one of the best facts I got about understanding the differences between the USSR is women literally were having better sex under socialism because men under capitalism have no incentive to actually pay attention to women's pleasure. So ladies, why you're not owing is literally because of capitalism, because men understand that you are forced in proximity to them, so they have no obligation to please you. Literally. They know they can buy you. And it actually does a really good comparison of like the institution of marriage under capitalism as akin to sex work, right? So like, I don't know what to tell you, right? You living there, sure, you can give your experience, but your experience does not say the whole picture, right? We have a lot of people here in the United States who are like, oh, United States isn't a fascist country, right, in their experience. But if you talk to anybody who's marginalized, you get a different image. So your experience does not tell the whole picture. And we also have empirical data that does tell us more. Even the CIA admits this. So I don't know who to trust more, the CIA admitting that USSR was doing well or your anecdotal experience.
I don't know, Ari. Anyway, I appreciate you coming back up. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to read those off without you being up here. So
thank you for having me again. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Bye. W's in the chat for Holly. The first part of your question is no. And I'll be talking about why later, but no. Second part, you said, side note, my baby girl graduates high school today. Fucking congratulations, Holly. W's in the chat for Holly. Thank you so much for the one. Congratulations and enjoy that. Enjoy that. W's in the chat for Holly. And W's in chat for all the donos as well for today. You guys have been absolutely far too kind. So guys, this is what we're going to do. We're going to call it for here, right? The only reason I said we're going to call it here is one, because I got some stuff to do. But two, I wanted to watch the Jubilee that's officially out. It came out about an hour ago, and let's hit the refresh. Boom, came out an hour ago. Now 3 hours ago, and it already has 22,000. Hey, thank you for that. It already has 22,000 views from 3 hours ago. I haven't seen it. I was going to do a live watch, right? That's a no for now. I was going to do a live watch, but see the way that it's set up, right? The actual entire debate is an hour and 41 minutes and 5 seconds. It's 12:05 p.m. Pacific. I have a haircut scheduled at 2. I have to go get ready, shower, all the other stuff. It takes me about 20 minutes to get there. There's no way I can watch this and then stream it live and also, get to my haircut. And also with that being said, I don't even know, like people are saying, I saw someone say, oh, I watched it and you did good. I appreciate it, but I have no idea. I didn't know if I made it, how much I made it, or where I am. So I don't even know when I would pop up as far as the debate. So I don't know. Some words are not TikTok friendly. The words that I said, Steph, did I say something that wasn't TikTok friendly? Oh, okay. I was about to say I might have. I want to know. I'm so interested in finding out. So let me tell you. I'll read his claim. Hold on. Let me find this shit really quick because I want you guys to know what I said. Hold on. He had 4 claims, right? And where is it? Where's the claims? Oh wait, I gotta go to the producer. I mean, anyway, his claim was like, I'm sorry, I thought I was gonna be able to read it verbatim. But his claim was like, if you support the Democrats, then you support broken cities, broken economy, and broken borders or some shit like that. And I sat down and I was like, oh, you know, so your claim is da 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 da. I said, can you tell me more about your claims? And then, you know, I let him talk for a few minutes and I was like, okay, cool. So all three of those are wrong. Which point do you want me to actually tell you why you're wrong about? Pick your poison. And he was like, the border. I was like, okay. So anyway, I said, how can you find the debates? It's on Jubilee's homepage. It's if you go to YouTube and look up Jubilee, it's their recent uploaded video. So there's that. Who are you debating? Dave Rubin, which, fun fact, Dave Rubin is one of those MAGA supporters who was being paid by Russia. He was being paid almost $500,000 a month by Russia. And Mason got him to talk about it. Mason got him to talk about him being paid by Russia. And when I tell you, he got fucking cooked. I am shocked. I swear, right hand, it's left hand, right hand, before Jeebus, I told Parker, we went through the first two claims. I told Parker, I said, if I was him, I would not come back out and finish this episode. I said, if I was him, I would not come back out and finish this episode. No fucking way I would have done that. He literally went, again, I haven't seen the edit, so I don't know how they put it together, but he literally went, Evan, Mason, me, Parker, Naima, us five in a row. He debated all five of us in a row. I felt bad for him. I literally felt bad for him. Fucking wow. Anyway, guys, we're gonna get out of here. So I wanted to read this out. Debbie's in the chat for Lotus, who sent a one bit cheer over on Twitch to say, I just want to say that was not me. LOL. I love and support you guys anyway. I know, Lotus. I know that wasn't you. I know it was a different. Debbie's in the chat for Lotus. All right, guys, we're going to get out of here. And I'll keep you guys updated. As far as what's happening. If you guys want to see, what the fuck? If you guys want to see that Jubilee episode, go watch it, right? I'm gonna check it out, but go watch it. It's over on Jubilee's homepage on YouTube. It's on their YouTube. Anyway, let's get out of here.
You stepped in a box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey, Debbie's in the chat for the chat. Guys, I love you. I do. I'll see you later. Yeah, I'll say that. I'll see you later. I'll leave it at that. I'll see you later, guys. Go check out that that Jubilee video. I'm interested to see how it's cut up. I'm gonna go take a look at it myself. We'll be back. I'll see you guys. Thank you all for hanging out this afternoon. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Thank you all. Thank you for all the gifts, taps, likes, and shares. Thank you all for being amazing. Thank you all for the love and support. I love you all. It is always.